All right, buckle up, Buttercup, because this is going to be a deep dive into Ze Frank and why he is a total fucking creep. So for those of you who don't know who Ze Frank is, he used to be the president of Buzzfeed Motion Pictures back roughly around 2012 to 2017. These days, he is a pretty popular content creator on YouTube. He's responsible for making that series called True Facts, the funny animal videos. And I'm going to go down a list here that I've put together of reasons why you should fear the fact that this dude is freely walking around on the streets and is in contact with children. And why you should be rallying to have his work removed from YouTube and have him put in prison. So I will read down this list as quickly as I can, and then I'm going to provide you with the evidence supporting my accusations. So here we go. Number one, Ze Frank has been publicly accused of gaslighting his colleagues. Number two, Ze Frank was placed on the shitty media men's list in 2017, guys. If you don't know what that list is, look it up, or I'll show you what it is in this video. Previous coworkers have openly accused him of plagiarism and misuse of Kickstarter funds. Number three, Ze Frank has creepy hidden pictures in his videos. One of those hidden pictures is of a little girl, guys, okay? And I'm going to show you that too. Number four, Ze Frank uses a ridiculous, even sickening number of children and minors in his videos. And I will give you an example of that. I've seen lots of his videos at this point. Not all of them, but almost all of them. And I have yet to see an elderly person in any of his videos, but I have seen tons of children. So, number five, Ze Frank's father, Joachim Frank, is mentioned in the Epstein Files. Okay, guys? Yeah. He was mentioned directly to Jeffrey Epstein by Barbara Enbaum, and Barbara Enbaum basically pimps out young girls to rich men through her network called the BBB Girls. So we'll get into that some more. Number six, Ze Frank makes veiled references to occulted esoteric symbols in his videos. Symbols like Abrasax and Yaldabaoth. If you don't know what those are, stay tuned. I will explain them to you. Number seven, the symbols that Ze Frank references are known to be demonic symbols with philosophies that involve child abuse. Yeah. Number eight, Ze Frank's son has been diagnosed with PANS, which is often caused by trauma and abuse. Number nine, since beginning to talk about Ze Frank being a member of a child trafficking cult, I have had, I can't tell you how many, tons of gangstalkers harassing me on my social media. And some of them have actually admitted in their comments on my YouTube channel that they are being paid to comment on my videos. Now, I'm not paying them, so you put it together. Number 10, one of the gangstalkers, Thomas A. Pallone, a.k.a. Tristan E. Nicole, he attempted to befriend me in real life. Yeah, for real. And I've already proven that he's connected with another gangstalker who has been harassing me on my Facebook and my YouTube channel, who goes by Melanie Heider, a.k.a. Melly Germany 9479. Number 11, I have hard evidence proving that Ze Frank has seen my channel, and he has seen the videos on my channel. So he knows about the accusations that I've been making about him. I've been accusing him of being in a cult that I think practices incest and child trafficking for a few years now. So he's certainly heard about me, and I have the evidence to prove it. He knows what I've been accusing him of. And he's done nothing to publicly deny the accusations, which is troubling. Number 12, after I began making these videos claiming that Ze Frank is in a cult, He drove hours away, guys, to my hometown of Cape May, New Jersey for a visit. And then he actually posted that visit to his YouTube channel and to his Patreon. And then number 13, Ze Frank uses hypnosis tactics in his videos. So he's actively hypnotizing or attempting to hypnotize his audience. So let's begin. So number 1, Ze Frank has been publicly accused of gaslighting his colleagues. Here we go. Now we're going to come to Chica here. This is Miss Emma Blackery. She has a very successful YouTube channel. She's a content creator. And she came out with this video about 8 years ago. You can see down there, 8 years ago. And in the video, she is talking about a series of events that happened 3 years prior to this video coming out. So this all happened, the stuff she's talking about in this video, it happened about 11 years ago. So roughly around 2015. Now, she's refusing to name names in this video. She's talking about a specific company, big, huge video company, operating out of Los Angeles, but she refuses to name names. And the guy who was the president of the video motion picture department of this company. And again, she's refusing to name names because she doesn't want to get in too much trouble. But if you pay attention, if you watch the video, you know she's talking about Buzzfeed, motion pictures, and she's talking about Ze Frank. Why? Well, and I'm going to point out here a few things. Again, the company was based in LA. It's a huge multimedia company putting out videos for all kinds of stuff is basically what she said. But she also says, so again, it was back in 2015. Ze Frank was the president of Buzzfeed Motion Pictures back in 2015, around then. He had that position for a few years. But the other way that you know is because she shows you some emails back and forth between other colleagues who were either connected to the president of this company or who were working for the company. One of the emails, the first email she shows us, I believe, is from Hank Green. Hank Green, for those of you who don't realize this, is in a lot of Ze Frank's videos. His from A Show with Ze Frank, so his second video series on YouTube. Hank Green shows up. Go search Hank Green on YouTube. He has his own channel. He makes a lot of pretty good videos. He's a comedian type guy, and he is friends with Ze Frank. And he basically writes an introductory email introducing this chick, Emma Blackery, to, she blanks out the name here, but he's introducing her to Ze Frank. Then later on, I'm not going to jump to it, but you can watch the video and you'll see she posts these emails on the bottom of the screen. Later on, she's contacted from another colleague of this guy whose name is Caitlin, who's probably Caitlin Cowie. Caitlin Cowie worked as a video producer at Buzzfeed Motion Pictures. She worked with Ze Frank. He currently gives her shout outs on his videos, his True Facts videos. So let me just pull this up. There we go. This is Ze Frank's channel. These are his True Facts videos. A lot of these videos, at the end, his credits usually have Caitlin Cowie. Okay? And Caitlin Cowie worked with him at Buzzfeed Motion Pictures. And this chica here, Emma Blackery, she was contacted by Caitlin Cowie, by Caitlin, and by Hank Green. You can see it right down here, Hank Green. So she's talking about, just to be clear, she is talking about Ze Frank. She's talking about an experience she had meeting Ze Frank. And it's disturbing because this guy totally gaslit her. So I'm not going to play it. I'm just going to give you a quick blow-by-blow of what she says. Basically, she lives in England, right? And she was contacted by the president of this company, likely Zay Frank, about meeting, and contacted by other colleagues about meeting with him while he was over in London. So she goes and meets with him about possibly doing some work for them, something like that. And she makes it very clear. So she goes and she tells us that when she's sitting there at a table with this guy, who is almost certainly Zay Frank, that he flat out states that he wants her to make a minimum of 4 to 5 videos a week, that he's giving her a certain, like, a time frame, that there's a certain date he wants her to start on, and stuff like that. Basically, for all intents and purposes, he's hiring her for a job. The way she describes it, and she's even saying, like, this is what it was going on. Like, I was being hired for a job. And she decided to turn down the job because she realized it meant that she wouldn't have time to focus on her own channel, because she wanted to focus on making her channel successful. She didn't want to just become like a full-time content creator for Buzzfeed, because Buzzfeed was, I guess, they're trying to expand over into London. So after she contacted, I guess it was Caitlin or one of the colleagues, and said, listen, I really appreciate the offer, but I'm just not able to take this job because I feel it will not leave me enough time to focus on my own projects. Then she gets an email from, again, someone who is it's likely Zay Frank. It's Zay Frank. Let's just be real. Come on. And he's basically gaslighting her and saying that he's sorry if he gave the wrong impression, but he never wanted to hire her for a job. Like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Everything you said to this chick, you wanted her to do work for you. Giving her an outline of how much work you expect from her every week, when you want her to start, so on and so forth. That's a fucking job offer. That's a job. Even if you meant for it to be like a freelance work, I do freelance work as an artist and graphic designer. It's still a job. I'm still being employed by someone to do something. Whoever's cutting me a paycheck, like, that's my employer. That it's a job. So, yeah, just wanted to point that out to you guys. This poor chick here was gaslit by Zay Frank. She is essentially a colleague. She is, well, I don't know what you would call it, when she works in the same industry. She's a very famous content creator, very popular content creator. She has over 1 million subscribers. She's very talented. She was approached by Buzzfeed Motion Pictures to come on board and be like their London branch of their business. She was basically given a job offer, and then she turned it down. And I guess she embarrassed Zay Frank so fucking much that he had to turn around and act like, no, I was never actually offering you a job. That is called gaslighting, ladies and gentlemen. Guess what, Zay? That's called gaslighting, you big asshole. Gaslighting. And his wife should understand this because she has a degree in psychology. Gaslighting, it's not exactly an official term, but I think it's becoming more and more of an official term in the psych field, all right? Because it's a huge red flag for narcissistic personality disorder and for sociopaths and psychopaths, antisocial personality disordered people. So narcissists and antisocial people, they gaslight the shit out of people. Huge red flag. Huge. And basically what it is, the whole point of it, there are 2 points to the whole gaslighting thing. The first point is they're a big, giant, overgrown toddler. Big, giant, overgrown toddler who can't take responsibility for their words and their actions. So they act like they never said or did whatever it is they said or did. Usually it's to avoid being embarrassed or avoid getting into trouble, getting called out for something they said or did. And the other point of gaslighting someone is to basically make them question their own sanity. So you're essentially trying to convince somebody that you didn't say something the way you said it, or you didn't do something the way you did it, or you just didn't say something at all. Like, for anybody who's ever been in a relationship with someone who's a narcissist, you've been gaslit. And if you know you've been gaslit, you know it's infuriating. It's the most frustrating thing ever, and it's toxic. It's super toxic behavior, Zay. Super toxic behavior. And by the way, this guy, keep in mind, when this happened, it was roughly 2014, 2015. Zay Frank would have been about 42, 43 years old. He was over 40. That's older than I am now. I'm 41. And even at my age, I understand how toxic gaslighting is. His email response to her should have been something along the lines of, I'm really sorry you didn't want to come work for us. I understand, blah, blah, blah. It shouldn't have been, I wasn't actually offering you a job. Sorry you got that impression, even though I was telling you I want you to create content for me 4 or 5 days out of the week, and I want you to start at a specific date. But I wasn't offering you a job. Well, then what the fuck were you doing, dude? What the fuck? This poor girl. You're better off, honey. I'm so sorry you had to deal with this schmuck. Okay, but you dodged a huge bullet, Emma. Huge bullet dodged, all right? Wow. And the other thing I really want to point out here, I want to expand upon it because you guys really need to consider this. As I said, his wife here, Jody Brandt, they met at Brown University. He was studying neuro-linguistic programming. She was studying psychology. She has a degree in psych. If he is gaslighting colleagues like this girl, I promise you, this is not the only time or place he's done this. Whatever he's done in public, he has done at home way more. She has witnessed him. They've been married at this point for about 23 years. 23 years. She's not an idiot. She went to Brown University. She has a degree in psych. She should have seen within the first 1 to 3 years tops of her relationship with him. They got married in 2003. It's been a long time. You understand? So somebody who's normal-minded, who's a good person, who doesn't like abuse, is going to see the red flags like gaslighting. And also, again, let's see down here, stuff like plagiarism, taking credit for other people's work, misuse of Kickstarter funds, so on and so forth. They're going to see that kind of behavior. She should have seen this kind of behavior a long time ago. She would have. Again, Little Miss Brown University with the degree in psychology, she has seen the bad behavior. She has seen the red flags. She saw them a long time ago, and she still didn't leave him. Which suggests that she is just as sick as he is. She is likely in charge of this. I would bet you anything. She's the smarter of the two. In fact, one of his old colleagues publicly calls him autistic. I'm going to read that later. She's likely the smarter of the two. She likely wears the pants in the family. She likely caused the shots. I'll bet you anything. Chew on that for a little while, guys. They've been married for 23 years. She's not an idiot. She has a degree in psychology. She would have picked up the red flags a long time ago. Lots of people have come out talking about this guy shows a lot of red flags. People he's worked with. People from his industry. And she should know what that means. What it means is, if he's showing all these red flags for narcissistic personality disorder, it means he doesn't really love her. He doesn't have the capacity to love her. A normal person who isn't sick, that's going to end with, I would like a divorce within the first 1 to 3 years. But two toxic people, they could be in a relationship for a very long time. These guys lasted for a very long time. Enough years to make, 9 kids. That's a long time. Also, it always makes me think of this joke that Chris Rock does, where he says, like a devout churchgoer and a crackhead, that relationship's not going to work out. But two crackheads can stay together forever. So the joke there being two toxic people can stay together forever. These two are partners in crime. That's what's going on here. He displays toxic behavior. She's still with him 23 years later, and she's not an idiot. She's just as toxic as he is. I guarantee you guys that. Just pointing that one out to you guys. So again, Ze Frank has been publicly accused of gaslighting colleagues in his industry. All right? She didn't want to name names, but it doesn't take a detective to figure out she's talking about Buzzfeed Motion Pictures and Ze Frank. She pretty much says who it is without explicitly saying who it is. She gives you enough evidence. If you got two brain cells, you can piece together who she's talking about. All right. Next on the list. Number 2. Sorry. Previous coworkers have openly accused Ze Frank of plagiarism and misuse of Kickstarter funds. So that's going to bring me over here to one of the best Reddit feeds I have ever freaking read. This guy is great. I just have to say, this guy is freaking great. So he goes by Support and Comfort. And if you go to his Reddit thread feed and you read through his comments about Ze Frank, it is full of goodies. This guy claims that he was a producer of Ze Frank's first video series, The Show with Ze Frank. He makes it clear that, so here's where he says, he claims that he's autistic. Ready? Meanwhile, BuzzFeed raised over $500 million to prove that they can make stuff that outperforms your uncle posting a gif of Kermit the Frog drinking tea. This was transparent and almost a self-parody from day one. A Jewish guy from MIT running the company, Jonah Peretti. An autistic guy from Brown leading creative, Ze Frank. And an Asian girl from Harvard doing the math. I don't remember her name. Oh my God. That's so great. An autistic guy from Brown leading creative. I shouldn't be laughing because I've already said I'm probably on the spectrum too. Just undiagnosed, but still. So you can tell, though, by this guy's Reddit feed, he knows what he's talking about when it comes to Ze Frank. He knows Ze Frank. He worked with Ze Frank. He openly talks about, let's just bring it up here. So again, this guy, he goes by the handle Support and Comfort on Reddit. And he has some juicy stuff on Ze Frank. Definitely gives a very strong impression that his claims are true. He did work with Ze Frank in his first series, The Show with Ze Frank. And some of the things he says, so for example, he's telling another Reddit user here, because I guess this Reddit user didn't get like some kind of a reward or something by donating to a Kickstarter. And he's basically telling him, since the poster originates from a Kickstarter where people are complaining that they made donations but didn't get their rewards, maybe it's time to move on. So he's basically telling this person, like, you're not going to get the reward you're promised by Ze Frank for donating to his Kickstarter. So just let it go. You can see here. Let's see. Yeah. So here's, you can see Ze Frank right here, his face. 3,900 backers pledged, $146,752 to help bring this project to life. Last updated June 26, 2012. So this was like a fundraiser he put together to create this show. So he made a series called The Show with Ze Frank, and then that was in 2006. And then roughly 2012, he put out another video series called A Show with Ze Frank. But before he put it out, he did this little fundraiser thing where he got almost 4,000 backers, giving him almost $150,000. And I guess what the trade-off was if you donated money to this cause, you were supposed to get a little reward of some sort. So, but a lot of people never got their reward. I'm assuming that some of the money that was donated, most of the money was probably supposed to go towards paying for, him making and producing the show. But some of the money was supposed to go towards producing and mailing out the rewards to the people who donated. And you can see down here, I never received my reward either. Sent an email but have not heard a response. I was also wondering who to talk to about the pledge reward. This guy didn't get his reward. Just realized I never received my baby. Who do I contact to find out what happened? So a bunch of people are commenting they never got their rewards. They donated money to the cause and they didn't get their reward. So it's kind of a misuse of Kickstarter funds, fundraising money. If you promise something in exchange for money that people are donating, you should make good on that promise. One more thing that I really need to touch upon when it comes to Ze Frank's little Kickstarter here for his A Show with Ze Frank series. Again, let me remind you, people gave him almost $150,000. Okay? Specifically, $146,752. Now, let's take a cold, hard look at A Show with Ze Frank, his series here. So, again, peruse right on over to his YouTube channel, go to his playlists, and you will find a playlist named A Show. And here he's got, I think this is all of his videos from that series. In total, there are 69 videos posted here, but one of them is unavailable. It's hidden. So you can only see 68 of them. But we'll be kind and say that he made 69 videos for this series, and he made them within the span of about a year. What I want you to pay attention to, guys, is how long these videos are. 3 minutes and 1 second, 2 minutes, 35 seconds, 2 minutes, 42 seconds, 3 minutes, 23 seconds. I'd say that they're mostly within about 3 and 4 minutes long. So let's say that on average, they're about 3.5 minutes. So what's 3.5 minutes times 69? Oh, just a smidge over 4 hours. 4 hours of video time, guys. That's what he created for his nearly $150,000 that you guys gave him. Okay? By the way, just so you know, this video, the one that you're watching right now, the one that I'm making, this video is looking like it's going to be about 4 hours long. Maybe a little over 4 hours. Yeah. And guess how long it took me to make this video? Less than 2 weeks. Yeah. And keep in mind also, and I'm keeping this in mind just to be fair to Ze Frank, I've definitely made more videos. There's been more video time than just 4 hours, because I would make a segment of video for this and decide I didn't like it, and then I would delete it and I would remake it. And sometimes I would do that 2 or 3 times. But I would say all said and done, even though the final product is only going to be around 4 hours long, I probably only made maybe somewhere around 6 to 8 hours worth of video. And the rest was deleted because I didn't like it. And that's pushing it. That's really overestimating. So, granted, I understand that he probably made, there was more video time than what was aired. But, come on, dudes. Again, this is only, all said and done, all these videos, it's only a little over 4 hours long. All right? And the video you're watching right now is going to be about 4 hours long. He probably shouldn't have had more than about 10 hours of extra video footage that he didn't use. All right? And keep in mind, a lot of these videos, if you watch them, a lot of it is, the segments from these videos are from his fans. They sent in their own videos of them talking or saying something or introducing him. So he didn't have to make a lot of this stuff. Okay, he just added it in. He just took a video clip that was sent to him by a fan or someone he was working with, like that illustrator guy who would end some of his videos, and he would just add it into the clip. That's not really that hard, guys. Okay? I can tell you from personal experience. I've been doing it right now for this video. It's not really that hard. So, and let's just have a look real quick at, here we go. What were the average yearly expenses for a family of 2 in 2012 in New York? Because at the time Ze Frank was making this video series, I believe he was still living in New York City with his wife, and I think that was before, I'm pretty sure that was before he adopted his 2 kids. So it was just he and his wife living in New York City in 2012. And roughly the average expenses for a family of 2 in that area at that time was, between $60,000 and $61,000. So let's go ahead and we'll subtract that from what he was given in his Kickstarter. Again, he was given $146,752, and subtracting the average yearly expenses for a family of 2 gives you, $85,961 that he pocketed. Let's be kind and say, okay, he had to spend another $10,000 to $20,000 for, I don't know, special things for his videos. But I mean, if you watch these, there's not much special in them. Most of the videos in here, it's just him sitting in front of a bookcase talking. That's it. That's most of what you see in these videos. Him sitting in front of a bookcase and talking. All right? But let's just be kind. Let's be kind and say he had to spend an extra $10,000 to $20,000 for added goodies, whatever, special stuff for the videos, for the series. Well, that's what, another $65,000 to $75,000 then, at least, that he pocketed, right? And then again, keep in mind, remember that a lot of people were complaining that they didn't get their rewards from donating to this Kickstarter. He promised that people who donated would get a certain kind of reward, and people were complaining that they didn't get their rewards, which I'm guessing that the payment for that, the money for those rewards, should have come out of the money that he got from the Kickstarter. And Lord knows he absolutely had plenty of money left over to cover the rewards and make sure that every person who donated got, what they were promised. But I'd say all said and done, he probably did not spend $20,000 on added goodies for these videos. He did not. I'm pretty sure. I'd say he probably got away with at least $75,000 just pocketed for, again, all said and done, the final draft, the final footage comes out to just over 4 hours. 4 hours of video time, guys. So, and this is a topic that I really wanted to touch upon, is I think that Ze Frank figured out a very important trick, and I think that it's a trick, the secret that I think that they pass around to the inner circles of these secret societies like Freemasonry. And we'll talk about this later. I do suspect that Ze Frank is in at least one secret society. He shows there's a lot of evidence supporting that. But I think the inner circles, the secret is for them is if you want to be rich, you need to generate passive income. And one of the best ways to do that is to generate passive income on the backs of fanatics. So that basically adds up to, you need to build a fan base. And you do that by cultivating a charismatic persona and presenting yourself to the world basically as an idol to be worshipped. And just make people love you. Make people think you're their best friend. And they will just give you money hand over fist. And they'll essentially make you rich for doing next to no work. That's the big secret, guys, if you ask me. After studying Freemasonry, secret societies, and secret society members for a very long time now, and what they get up to, the trick does seem to be generate a fan base. You know, get a bunch of people to think that you are like a god, that you are some amazing person, and they will just give you money for nothing. And that's essentially what's going on here, dudes. That's what's going on here. I made all this. I made this amount of video footage in less than 2 weeks, and it took him a year. And by the way, I live on like less than $48,000 a year. Okay? I can So, you guys paid I say Ze Frank was overpaid. That's what I say. And keep in mind, his wife is a psychologist. She got a degree from Brown University in psychology, so she was bringing in an income too, likely. She was likely bringing in a pretty good income. So, yeah. And then he turns around. If you go and watch, let me pull this up real quick. Ze Frank, Katie Couric. Go and watch the interview between Ze Frank and Katie Couric. Here it is. He literally says in this interview, I believe at the time he made this interview. It was 2015. So at that point, he was the president of Buzzfeed Motion Pictures. He had already done this show. And he is talking about the show, a show with Ze Frank. He's talking about it with Katie Couric, and he's talking about like living in New York City. He says they were radically poor. They were living in radical poverty or some shit. Are you fucking kidding me? You big fathead fucking liar. You're a liar. You are not radically poor. You were living the high life on other people's money. That you tricked them into thinking that you're some kind of guru saint fucking piece of shit god jackass, and they just gave you a bunch of money to make 4 hours worth of video feed. You are a fucking fraud, dude. Ugh. Nobody's paying me to do this video. I'm doing it because I don't want to see Ze Frank have access to children anymore. Or freedom. I think he should be in a prison cell. I'm doing this out of the kindness of my own heart and out of a sense of duty and a sense of moral integrity. That's just so. But you guys just gave him a bunch of money to basically talk at you in front of a bookcase. Ugh. It's just so disheartening. All right, yeah, let's move on. Let's move on from this. But yeah, and then just coming back over to this other part that mentions Kickstarter, this is really good. So it says here, again, from the guy going by Support and Comfort on Reddit, says, Ze made the shitty media men list during #MeToo. Beyond that, I thought there were only 2 mortal sins left on the internet. Number 1, plagiarism, and number 2, having a huge Kickstarter, then not fulfilling your rewards. Somehow he survived both unscathed. Gee, you don't suppose, guys, that could be because he's in a cult network of people that's connected with the Epstein network? And we've already seen that Epstein had a lot of co-conspirators who should be in prison right now. They should have been rounded up and thrown into prison cells. And none of them have been touched yet. Yet. Hopefully, emphasis on yet. But, yeah. You don't suppose it's because he's a part of the same network of people? Do you? He screwed over a lot of young people when he was head of video at Buzzfeed. From policies at a high level that went against long-standing norms in Hollywood regarding gig work, down to having interns drink their own piss in hopes of getting a job. Let me repeat that part. from policies at a high level that went against long-standing norms in Hollywood regarding gig work, down to having interns drink their own piss in hopes of getting a job. Wow. But no. Zay Frank's not a total fucking creep. No. Nah. This guy who worked with him is claiming he had interns drink their own piss to get a job. Is claiming that he plagiarized. He took credit for projects and work that he never did. Is claiming that he misused Kickstarter funds. Now, we need to talk about the shitty media men list. So circling back around to the very first sentence of this post on Reddit, again left by a coworker of Zay Frank, who worked with him on his very first video series. He says, Zay made the shitty media men list during #MeToo. For those of you who are unaware of this list, you should know about it. So first of all, this list was put together by a lady named Moira Donegan. She's a journalist, I believe, for The Guardian. And in the wake of the whole Weinstein thing, she decided this was roughly October 2017. She decided to put together an open source, like crowdsourced spreadsheet list, which I suppose she must have titled Shitty Media Men. And she put it up online, and she left it open for people to anonymously put the names of men who they've worked with in media, who they had issues with, who they could accuse anonymously of abuse, sexual harassment, so on and so forth. And within only a few hours of her having this open source list on the internet, it had amassed about 70 names. The names of 70 different men. And I believe that she took it down within about 12 hours. Because I think one of the men on the list was threatening a lawsuit, something like that. So she took it down, but not before people had already copied the list and it's been reposted in other places, like right here at shittymediamenlist.wordpress.com. So you can come here and find it. And right here you can see we have Zay Frank. Now, on the far left, you have the last name of the men. Then the next column in is the first name. Then the third column in from the left is what company they're associated with. And then the column on the far right, you have the allegations being launched against them. For Zay, and a lot of these allegations, so there are people on here, there are guys on here being accused of sexual harassment, rape, so on and so forth. For Zay, the allegations read as follows. Not sexual to the best of my knowledge, but violent language, bullying, verbal, emotional abuse, idea theft, especially of women. That keeps coming up, guys, the idea theft, especially of women. So this guy just plagiarizes. He takes the ideas from female colleagues and coworkers and passes them off as his own and profits off of them. So I keep hearing about this, in regards to Zay Frank. It makes me feel like it's true. So again, I'm going to go ahead and say that Miss Emma Blackery, you dodged a huge bullet, dude. And it's possible that that's what the whole point was for him. Maybe he wasn't offering her a job. Maybe he just wanted ideas from her. Maybe he was hoping that if he dangled something that looked and sounded like a job in front of her, that she would make a bunch of video content, send it to him, and then he could pass it off as his own. Maybe that's what was going on there. Because again, that's really weird that he was telling her he wanted her to make so many videos. And he's telling her that he wants her to start by a specific date, But then when she turns the whole thing down, he turns around and acts like he wasn't offering her a job. It's just really weird. Now, the fact that he wound up on this list is really, it's a big deal, guys. Let me show you how big of a deal it is. There are currently roughly about 1.4 million men just in the United States working in media. 1.4 million. I'm sure it's not that, the numbers are not that far off from the numbers from 2017, guys. Out of 1.4 million men, only 70 out of that number were named as like just monsters to work with. And one of those men named was Ze Frank. All right? You gotta be a total piece of shit to end up on this list. Out of over 1 million men. Do you understand? Just a total piece of shit. So, just wanted to throw that out there. You guys should definitely come have a look at this list, the Shitty Media Men list, .wordpress.com. There's no the. Leave the off the front. But, yeah, Ze Frank is on here. So, again, thank you, Mr. Support and Comfort here, because you're right again. So, again, just putting that one out there. You got to be a total POS to wind up on that list. Only 70 out of over 1 million men working in media in the United States. Wow. So like I said, this dude who goes by Support and Comfort on Reddit, he's got just all kinds of goodies about Ze Frank posted on his Reddit feed. There's just too much here for me to cover in this video, but there are about 3 more posts at least that really, they do merit some inclusion in the video, and I'm going to touch upon them as quickly as I can here. So I grabbed screenshots of them, and we'll start with this one. I'm really just going to read the highlighted part. So it says here, another is Gimme Some Candy. He had nothing to do with that in concept, technology, design, coding, or ownership, yet claimed it as his own. So for those of you who don't know what Gimme Some Candy is, right here, you can see there's a little article about Ze Frank. And down here at the bottom, in the first box, it's basically quoting Ze. And what he said was, I also created Gimme Some Candy, which was a kind of micro-sponsorship. People could buy these little images of ducks in $5, $10, $25, and $50 increments. Each duck would include 110 characters they could play with. So they could write a little thing that would show up on the site. So basically what's going on here is somebody, well, what's being claimed by this dude on Reddit is Ze Frank is taking credit. He's clearly taking credit here for Gimme Some Candy, but he had nothing to do with it. He didn't conceptualize it. He didn't build it. He didn't code it. It looks like what's being claimed is somebody who was a fan of Ze approached him and said, listen, you can and should be making money off of your show. And by the way, this would have been for his very first video series, The Show with Ze Frank, which aired back in 2006. And he had sort of amassed like a community of followers, fans, even back then. And it looks like one of them was like, hey, you can make money off of this. Or possibly this person here was the one who did it, the Support and Comfort dude. And put together this sort of sponsorship thing called Gimme Some Candy, which was attached to his video series and possibly his website, and made it so that fans could go on there and donate money in exchange for sort of a little digital reward. And he's taking credit for it right here. So, but apparently he didn't make it. He didn't code it. He didn't conceptualize it. Somebody just gave it to him. He made money off of it and then took credit for it later. And said, yeah, see ya, bye. And if you want to know how much money he made off of it, somebody actually wrote an article here how much did Ze Frank earn from his Gimme Some Candy promotion? And they crunched some of the numbers, and it turns out he likely made around $28,535 from October 2006 to March 2007. So that's a pretty good chunk of change right there. And that's kind of concerning when you consider how many people have claimed, again, like they didn't get credit, they didn't get paid for helping him. We'll go over that some more shortly. But yeah, so that's the Gimme Some Candy thing. And again, he took credit for it, but colleagues of his are claiming that he didn't have anything to do with it other than just benefiting from it. So the next, this one's sort of, it's very sad. The next post that this guy leaves says, the guy who reached out for help in the comments and then killed himself after being ignored probably made Ze rethink the clickbait pop psych videos. I hope. So yeah, and I want to say I heard something about this from another source, at least one other source. Apparently one of Ze's fans had been leaving comments, cries for help, either in the forum that he had for his fans or on some of his videos, and was just, I guess, being, for the most part, ignored. And then he wound up killing himself. And if you watch Ze Frank's videos, a lot of it really is exactly as it's described here, clickbait pop psych videos. And considering his wife is a psychologist and he has a degree in neuro-linguistic programming from Brown University, he should know better. You know, he should be careful about the kind of stuff he says. It's hard to, I can't really 100% hold this against him. What a person chooses to do with their own life is their choice. But the fact that, again, what I've heard is that person was for the most part ignored. In fact, it says it right here, after being ignored. So Ze didn't reach out. He tries to present himself as this all-around good guy, that's the image he gave off in his first two video series, that he really loved his community, he loved his fans, that he was invested in them, and then one of them reached out for help and was totally ignored and then killed himself. So he doesn't care about you guys. I just want to, and this next post also just lends credence to that. You know, he doesn't care about you. So we'll start at the top here. It says, I received no compensation by choice and, in fact, spent tens of thousands of dollars of personal funds on the project. So again, keep in mind, this colleague claims that they worked with Ze on his first video series, The Show with Ze Frank, and that's the one that had the Gimme Some Candy promotion that made Ze like almost $30,000. Meanwhile, he had other people giving him also like tens of thousands of dollars of personal funds to put into his projects, into the video series, into the website, into the forum coding and all of that. And just not so much, it seems like not so much as a thank you was given by him. So it's really, overall, it's looking like Ze Frank was just a handsome face. And he had a lot of people giving him a lot of help and support, doing most of the work for him. And he even had his fans sending him video clips that he would put in his videos. So he didn't even really have to create a lot of the content himself. Okay? Fans were giving him content to put up on the show. People behind the scenes were working on the projects for him and generating a lot of revenue money for him and putting their own money into these projects. And Ze Frank's just making out like a bandit and taking credit for everything and not giving credit where credit's due to some of the people he was working with, and maybe even possibly even to some of the fans. So it's really not a good look. It's really bad. He goes on to say, he's repeatedly taken credit for my work in talks and even in books, called me begging for an idea, then took it straight to a TV network. It's all a bit horrifying. So again, remember, this echoes what he was accused of on the shitty media men's list: idea theft, plagiarism. He doesn't seem to have any creativity or originality of his own. He just steals it from other people and passes it off as his own. And between that and the, hunky face, he's getting a lot older now. He's 54 years old. So that the ability to get by on, a handsome smile is probably fading fast. It's not a good look. All right, let's finish with this part. This is the part I really wanted to finish up this Reddit segment with, because it really hits home for, how much he just doesn't give a shit about you guys, about his audience, about his fans. So it says, he treats his audience like a petri dish. Much of my work was trying to keep that within ethical bounds. When his interaction formula works, it can be fun. But when it doesn't work, it's sociopathy. Sociopathy, guys. The lack of empathy he shows in these recent emails is astounding. And the emails that they're talking about there is, so apparently a fan of his reached out and asked him, why did you let why are the forums gone? Why were they deleted? Why did you stop interacting with the community that you had amassed around your first 2 video series? Because he really just, he got a bit of success and then was offered a job at Buzzfeed, and it seems like he just left everyone in the dust and was like, see ya, bye, suckers, you losers. And just left his community and the website and the forum to flounder. And now it's basically just gone. It's taken down, inaccessible. And it left a lot of really disappointed people, a whole community of people who felt like they had been brought together and closer, and just felt like they had made friends and were supported, and then suddenly that was just taken away from them. So, at the very least, he's got enough money. At the very least, he could have kept the forum going for the sake of the people who were coming together there and making friends and so on and so forth. But, and so apparently Ze Frank, I saw the answers that were posted on Reddit. He got back to this fan and responded to their questions, and the answers were really just very cold and concise, and it was very much like, well, it ran its course, it's not really benefiting me anymore. That sort of vibe is what his answers were. They were just, they lacked empathy, exactly what this guy said. And again, I just want to bring you guys back here to this part where it says, he treats his audience like a petri dish. All right? And that to some extent, it's sociopathy. Don't forget, his father's a scientist, and he studied the human mind. That's what neurolinguistic programming is. It's sort of studying a part of the human mind at Brown University. So in many ways, he's very much he's a scientist, guys. And he sees his audience as being a big social experiment. You're a science experiment to him, something that he can study with some kind of fascination, but also make money off of. And as soon as he's figured you out and he's done with you and he's made his money, and sucked you dry, then he just throws you away. Just like he did with the community that he had amassed around his first 2 video series. So, yeah. Do you like being treated like you're in a petri dish? Okay? Because that's how Ze Frank views you. And again, this is coming from someone who's claiming to have been one of his colleagues. So, and worked with him on one of his video series. Yeah. So it's just, it's really bad, guys. And, yeah. So, okay, let's move on down the list. I highly suggest you guys go and read what that guy says on Reddit about Zay Frank. Number 3, Zay Frank has creepy hidden pictures in his videos. One picture is of a little girl. I have a bunch of these videos. I made them last year where I basically freeze frame his video. It's called Projector. So right here in his, come to his playlist, A Show with Zay Frank, the playlist on his channel. Scroll on down to video number 51 called Projector. And in the first few seconds of that video, there is a hidden picture of this little girl and this creepy guy in a bandana looking over at the little girl. It's been a combined picture here. It's a hidden frame in that video. Who the hell hides secret pictures of little girls in their videos? If not like child traffickers, guys. I'm gonna recap over to this. Nah, not him. There we go, Dennis Rader. So if you'll recall, I talked about Dennis Rader, the BTK killer. One of the things he did is he wrote a poem about one of his victims and left it out on a chair in his house for his wife to find. Because he knew that even if she read that poem about his victim, and he even admitted, like, well, it's about the BTK killer. I wrote this for school. It's about the BTK killer. He is the BTK killer. You get it? Because his wife found it. She read it, and she was like, what the hell is this? And he knew that she would never in a million years believe that her husband was the BTK killer. He knew he could come up with any fucking excuse. He knew he could even say that he wrote it about the BTK killer. And she would never suspect it was him, her own husband. Because she loved him so much because he had already established a relationship with her. And he had trophies from his victims hidden all around his house. This is a common tactic that guys like this use. That serial killers, serial rapists, pedophiles, this is something they love to do. They take trophies, like maybe photographs of little girls that maybe they did something to, and they put them out in public some way, somehow, so that they're showing the entire public their business, like how evil they are, but nobody really knows exactly what they're looking at. So a lot of times what these guys will do, for example, they'll take a piece of jewelry from a rape victim or a murder victim. They'll take a necklace or something, or a pair of earrings, and then they'll give that piece of jewelry to their girlfriend or their wife, or maybe even their daughter. And it gives them a thrill to see their wife, let's say, walking around wearing this necklace. First of all, they get to relive the crime that they committed. And it also gives them a thrill, gives them a sense of what's called duping delight. So duping delight is where, like, these evil sociopathic men, they enjoy the feeling that they get knowing that, like, their friends and neighbors and family think that they're just this swell guy. They're so great. But they know that secretly behind closed doors, they are monsters. Dennis Rader here, after he got caught, he was once asked what it was like to put on the mask of the BTK killer and kill people. And Dennis Rader corrected the interview guy. He was like, no, you've got it backwards. He says, I am the BTK killer. Dennis Rader was the mask that I wore so that nobody would know that I'm a monster. You need to understand, this is a mask, guys. This is a mask. So that no one will know that he's a monster. Dennis Rader was caught and put in prison, he realized, like, he's never getting out. He might as well just tell the truth. And that's typically what happens with these kinds of guys. Once they realize, like, oh, I'm in prison for the rest of my life, I ain't never getting out of here. Then they start to they reveal all. And one of the things they typically reveal is, no, I am the monster. I was just pretending to be a normal person. I am not the normal person that my wife knew, my kids knew, my coworkers knew, My church, you know, the other people at my church knew. I am not that person. I am the monster. I was pretending to be a good person so that they would not see the monster. Dennis Rader openly admitted to this. And then again, they love duping delight. They love the feeling of tricking people into thinking they're good people when they know they could turn around and like murder them or their family right in front of them. And they will take trophies from their victims. Like, as far as we know, again, this is him at his daughter's wedding. Like, for example, he might have, I don't know for sure, but it's possible. He took this necklace from one of his victims and gave it to his daughter. And it thrills him to know that she's walking around with it. She's so happy. All of her friends are commenting, going, oh, you're such a good dad. You gave her this beautiful necklace. He's reliving the crime. Every time he sees it, he relives the crime that he committed. It gives him a thrill. And it gives him an added thrill to know that all these people are seeing the evidence of his crime and they have no fucking clue. They have no fucking clue that they are looking straight at evidence that he raped and murdered someone. Again, I'm not saying that this specific necklace is, you know, is the case with that, but that has happened with other serial killers and serial rapists. They've done that exact thing, and that's why they do it. It's thrilling to them. That's what I think is going on here. That's why I think Ze Frank has hidden frames in his videos. And I'm sure I haven't even found all of them yet, but this is one of the ones I found, and it's of a little girl. That's sick and weird and creepy. Who does that? Creeps do that. Serial killers do that. Serial rapists do that. Okay? So again, if you guys want to see that, you can go to his projector video here. It's in his playlist, A Show. It's number 51 on the list. It's called Projector. Or you can go to my channel. I made this last year. I've got a few different videos pointing it out. Okay? And most of them, if not all, have like a picture like this on the front of it. So you can see the girl and or you can see the guy here, because I make another video talking about, I figured out who this guy was. He's a friend of Ze Frank's. His name is Shane Becker. Let me see if I can find him here. Right here. But again, let me just remind you, I have these the links for these videos right here. I'm going to be copy pasting this information into the description for this video. So you can easily just go and click on these links and watch it'll take you straight to the videos. Talking about the little girl, talking about, I've got a bunch of videos showing all the kids. And so I think that's the next on the list. Let's see. Yeah, Ze Frank uses a ridiculous, even sickening number of children and minors in his videos. I have watched most of his videos at this point and haven't seen a single elderly person, but there are tons of children. So here's one of them. I'm going to pause it. But this is like a montage that I created. I can like maybe scroll through it real quick, where I show you guys all the little children. Well, not all, even all of them, but a lot of the little children that show up in Ze Frank's videos. There are a lot of them. A lot of them. Lots and lots. I'm sure children weren't the only ones watching his videos. In fact, his videos are like, they're more for young adults and older adults. Like, children wouldn't really want to watch a lot of his videos, young children. And yet he features young children in his videos. Babies, tons of babies. He even like has a video where he's going around video recording people's strollers at a festival. Like, creeps do that shit. That's creepy. Another little girl. And then also lots of underage, well, like lots of teenagers, young teenagers, and early 20-somethings. School kids. Dear Lord, there's a freaking lot of them. Yeah, dudes. Okay, so I took that montage that I just scrolled through for you guys, and I edited it, I pared it down to the bare essentials, so that you guys can actually watch the frames, the scenes that have the kids, the teenagers, and the early 20-somethings, college students, that Ze Frank showed in his first 2 video series, The Show with Ze Frank and A Show with Ze Frank. Keep in mind that most of these video clips are from his second series, A Show with Ze Frank. He was around 40 years old when he made this series. He was I'm 41. Again, when you're 40 years old, a 20-something, an 18-year-old, I don't care that they're legally adults. They're children compared to me. My oldest niece, she's going to be 18 this year. I remember sitting her on my lap as a baby and spoon-feeding her chocolate pudding. So people around that age, compared to me, in my mindset, and the mindset of a healthy person, that's a child. They're legally adults, yes, but they're still children compared to a 40-some-year-old. There are no adults. There are very few adults in his series. There's like his friend, Hank Green. There's a cameo from this random actor. And maybe like one other adult. There's very few adults, but there's tons of children and babies and teenagers and early 20-something college kids, like girls. And you can even see there's one scene where he's, trading off a book to this one girl who looks like she's probably in her early 20s, college scene. And he's like, kind of, the camera is lingering a little bit on her boobs. Just a bit. You can tell he's trying to keep the boobs in frame there, while he also tries to make it look like he's focusing more on the book she's holding. Ugh.
I'm flying! And this is A Show with Ze Frank. From Clafton, Michigan. Watching the show with Ze Frank. Ze Frank. Ze Frank! Dang, that's not how ladies talk. With Ze Frank. Bye-bye, it's the bye-bye song. Bye-bye, it's the bye-bye song. Bye-bye, it's the bye-bye song. Bye-bye, it's the bye. It's Ze Frank. It's Ze Frank. You're watching the show with Ze Frank. Welcome to the Welcome to the show with Ze Frank. Is that normal? Today, this is my power move. Meow, meow, na 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 na. Hello, it's my friend. You're watching the show with Ze Frank. I'm not supposed to be watching this. Ba 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 song. Ba 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 song. Da dee doo bee doo. Ba 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 song. Ba 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 song.
Angry baby, angry baby, angry, angry, angry baby, angry baby, angry baby, angry, angry baby, angry baby, angry baby, angry, angry, angry baby, angry baby, angry baby. This baby wanna use your face like a diaper, like a diaper, like a diaper. This baby wanna use your face like a diaper, like a diaper, like a diaper. This baby wonders what you looking at, what you looking at, what you looking at. This baby wonders what you looking at, what you looking at, what you looking at. Angry baby, angry baby.
Invisible baby, asshole baby, invisible baby. Why you let it stare at me? Did your baby drink some invisible potion, or did you apply some invisible lotion? I bet your baby's ugly and that's why it be invisible. I bet your baby's ugly and that's why it be invisible. 1, 2, 3, 4. Invisible baby, asshole baby, invisible baby. Why you let it stare at me?
Did you just say up yours, Ze Frank? What the Are you kidding? So that's how it's gonna be. You're ganging up on me. Listen, sweetie, my power move against your power move any day. Stop saying it.
Good
This is Mika Kitty, and you are watching A Show with Zay Frank.
I'm in New York, and one of the things that I did yesterday was to drop off a book to someone who had finished their finishing stamp. In it, there are instructions to think of something that you're ready to forgive yourself for, to forgive someone else for, or just ready to let go of.
From San Francisco, California, you're watching A Show with Zay Frank.
From beautiful Squaresville,
you're watching A Show with Zay Frank.
from my yoga mat with two downward-facing dogs, you're watching A Show with Zay Frank. Bye-bye song.
Bye-bye, it's the bye-bye song. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Bye-bye song. Bye-bye, it's the bye-bye song.
My name is Lucy, and you're watching The Show with Zay Frank. I'm that cool girl, and you're watching As How with Zay Frank.
Hello from Toronto, Canada, and you're watching The Show with Zay Frank.
These are some carrots I harvested today, and this is The Show with Zay Frank.
I want to talk about sex.
Hey, you're here to Cheyenne, and I'm a half Swedish student going to school in Austin, Texas, and you're watching A Show with Zay Frank.
I like you. I like you. I know there's bad bits too, but I like you. There's a big difference between being a bad person and being a good person that's done bad things.
All right, there you have it. Quick note, I want to point out to you guys that this second to last scene here in that montage where it shows this very pretty, young looking, maybe late teen, early 20-something college student, and then it cuts directly to Zay Frank's face, so I'll play a little bit of it real quick right here.
I like you. I like you.
There you go. See his big dumb face singing? Yeah. I did not cut that together like that. He did it. That's just all one clip that I took from one of his videos. He did that. He chose to cut directly from a pretty young teenager, early 20-something college student to his big dumb ugly face singing a creepy I Like You song. Okay? Again, he was about 40, maybe 41 years old when he made this video. I'm 41 years old. I would never do something like that with a teenager, early 20-something, college kid. I would never serenade them with some creepy I Like You song. Because again, compared to me, they're children. And that's weird. Think about that, guys. The only people who wouldn't think that's weird are pedophiles and maybe hebephiles. And for those of you who don't know, a hebephile is someone who just claims to be attracted to teenagers, but not young children. And if you think about it for 2 seconds, you realize they're still just pedophiles. Because when you're in your 30s, 40s, 50s, or older, a teenager is a child. That's when you're healthy-minded. So if you're attracted to them, you've got problems. So, oh God, it's so gross. Again, let's just play it again one more time, real quick.
Student going to school in Austin, Texas, and you're watching A Show with Zay Frank.
I like
She's so cute and sweet. Oh.
I like you.
Yuck.
I know there's bad bits too, but I like you. There's a big difference between being a bad person and being a good person that's done bad things.
I think you're just a bad person, dude. I think you're a bad person pretending to be a good person who's maybe done a few bad things, but you're just a bad person. Let's be honest. The same way that Fred and Rose West were bad people. The same way Dennis Rader is a bad person. They're monsters. You're a monster. And he's cultivated this image of being this goofy, good-looking, empathetic guy who's like emotionally balanced or whatever, but he's not. He's giving it away every which way if you pay attention and you look at the details, guys. Just like with the angry baby song in the montage. This baby wants to use your face like a diaper. The implication there is the baby is sitting on your face. Now, we all know the sexual implications of someone sitting on your face. Dudes ask girls to do that all the time. Don't you? Well, a pedophile might want a baby to sit on their face, wouldn't they? Like, it's gross. You guys need to just pay attention to focus on the details. Because that's how these people betray themselves. Again, the same thing with Dennis Rader. That's how he betrayed himself. So, oh, gross. Yuck. All right. I'm just going to leave this one here. We'll move on. And go ahead and you can check out the montage, the full montage on my YouTube channel if you would like. So again, come on back here. Go down to the description. All the kids in Zay Frank's videos, and I've got a couple of the videos I've made with they're montages showing a lot of the kids, to give you guys an idea of how many kids this dude has in his videos. He's obsessed with children, which is a little weird. And this was when he made this series, it was well before he had adopted his own kids. I'm pretty sure of that. So let's move on to so go check out those two videos, the montage videos. Again, here are the links. They will be in the description. And you can see a bunch of the kids in his video. It's just creepy. Here we go. Zay Frank's father is mentioned in the Epstein Files by Barbara Enbaum, who basically pimps out young girls to rich men through her network, the BBB Girls. Yeah, here's the email. This is straight off. This is the Justice Department, the official government website, and this is the Epstein archives. And here's the email where Joachim Frank is mentioned by Barbara Enbaum, see down here, to Jeffrey Epstein. This is one of Jeffrey Epstein's email addresses. And again, Jeffrey Epstein collected rich, famous scientists for his network of friends, because he was doing all kinds of weird shit. Like, I heard stuff about cloning. He wanted to clone babies and stuff. Richard Axel here was very good friends with Jeffrey Epstein for years and years and years. He was invited to the island, and he is a Nobel laureate along with Joachim Frank. They're both Nobel laureates, and they both work at Columbia University. Or Richard Axel used to, but he just stepped down from his position because of his association with Epstein. So he's like, yeah, I probably shouldn't be working at Columbia anymore. Yeah, no shit, idiot. If only Joachim Frank would take the same fucking hint. So, yeah. And again, Barbara Enbaum, I don't know if I should get into her too much here or just let you watch the video I already made. There's a lot more to her, likely, that I would like to make a longer video, really like doing a deep dive. But who has the time? Just to give you a face for the name, though. Here she is. And BBB Girls. Images. So you can see here, she created a network of girls, young, pretty girls, called the BBB Girls, Barbara's Best and Brightest. And she, quote unquote, introduces these girls to rich men like Jeffrey Epstein and or maybe even, I don't know, Joachim Frank. Because Joachim Frank, being a Nobel laureate, he would have been given, I think it's like $1 million. I think Nobel laureates, Nobel Prize winners get $1 million, don't they? Something like that. Plus, he's a professor at Columbia University. He probably pulls down a pretty good amount of money for that. So he's got some money. And she's got the girls. Get it? And Barbara Enbaum also, in an email, she shows up so many times in the Epstein Files, it's sickening. And in at least one email, she sends Jeffrey Epstein a wire transfer number, an account for him to wire transfer money to. Now, if you think about it, that had to have been a large sum of money. Because if it's just a few $1,000s, you can like Cash App or PayPal someone, you know, a few $1,000. So it was probably like at least $10,000 or more. So Jeffrey Epstein's paying this chick thousands and thousands of dollars, wire transferring her money. And she is clearly in their emails in the Epstein Files where she's talking to Jeffrey Epstein about setting up meetings between, you know, quote unquote meetings where he can meet some of her girls. Okay? She's a pimp. She's a freaking pimp. Zay Frank's father, Joachim Frank, is hobnobbing it with a pimp and being suggested as a, you know, this was a suggestion. Let's just be real what's going on here. Okay? This lady, she's known for being a successful businesswoman, but mostly a networker. She's known for networking. She gets people together who are like-minded. Like-minded. That's why. So let's just be clear about this. For example, she talks about meeting up with Joachim Frank in Washington, D.C., and this is 2017. She met with the Nobel Prize guys in Washington. Let's just look at this real quick. Here we go. So this is the list. This is the list of the 2017 Nobel laureates with Washington, U.S. connections. And these guys all kind of came to like a meeting get-together in Washington, D.C. And that's where she met them. All right? She says the Nobel Prize guys, this is what I'm trying to point out to you guys. It was, what, 6 or 7 dudes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Joachim Frank here is at the bottom here. She didn't mention Jeffrey C. Hall here. No. She didn't mention Michael Rosbash. I don't know how you pronounce that name. No. She didn't mention Michael W. Young. No. She didn't mention Rainer Weiss. No. She didn't mention Kip S. Thorne. No. She didn't mention Barry Barish. No. She met all of these guys. All of them. Again, the U.S. Nobel Prize guys. She met all of them in Washington. Who does she go out of her way to mention? To Jeffrey Epstein? Joachim frickin' Frank. Because she's a networker and she brings together people who are like-minded. Out of that whole group of Nobel laureates, she felt like the one who she should mention to Jeffrey Epstein was Joachim Frank. She could have mentioned all of them. She could have mentioned at least 2 or 3 of them. Like, hey, you should meet so-and-so. Hey, you should meet this person. You should meet Michael Young. You should meet Jeffrey C. Hall. Remember, Epstein liked to collect scientists. He liked having scientists in his, like, famous scientists. And these guys are Nobel laureates. I'm pretty sure it doesn't get any more famous than that. Except for Bill Nye, the science guy. Okay? Doesn't get any more famous than being a Nobel laureate, you know, for sciences, for the sciences, for physics, for chemistry, so on and so forth, in medicine. But out of all of these guys she met, the only one she felt she should mention to Jeffrey Epstein was Joachim Frank. Probably because she feels like they would be like-minded enough to, you know, get along. Probably because she's like, hey, Joachim Frank might want to, you know, visit your island. You understand, guys? Think on that. chew on that for a bit, dudes. Here's Joachim. This is Ze Frank's father. Okay, this is his Nobel Laureate, his Nobel Prize page, actually. This is his biography on the Nobel Prize page. Here's Ze Frank, his wife Jody, their 2 adopted kids. Here's Ze's sister Mariel. Here's her husband, Tom Murphy, I think it is. Here's their father, Joachim Frank, and here's his second wife, Carol Saginaw. Yeah. All right, just so we're understanding, you know, hope you're picking up what I'm putting down here. Most people in the world, I think I ran the numbers a bit. You're more likely, statistically, you are more likely to get hit by lightning than to end up in the Epstein Files. So if you wound up in the Epstein Files, you're doing something wrong, bitch, okay? You're more likely to get hit by lightning. You're more likely, there were a few things you were more likely to do. It was like some of the most random shit. You understand? So it's like, if you're more likely to get hit by lightning than end up in the Epstein Files, guys, and you're in the Epstein Files, you done fucked up. You're hanging out with some fucked up people. If they thought that you're the kind of person that they should suggest to Jeffrey Epstein, something's wrong with you. Because it's that statistically improbable that you will end up in the Epstein Files, or that anyone, you know, out of over 8 billion people, it's statistically so improbable that they would end up in the Epstein Files that if you did, you're fucking it up. Like, you are either a bad person or you are just surrounded by bad people. All right. And this is important too, guys. Pay attention to this. So for those of you who might be saying, well, maybe Barbara Enbaum only mentioned Joachim Frank to Jeffrey Epstein because Joachim Frank is very likely friends with Richard Axel, and Richard Axel is friends with Jeffrey Epstein. So maybe that's the only reason why she mentioned him. That doesn't hold up either. Here's why. Again, one of the Nobel laureates that she met in Washington, D.C. in 2017 is Dr. Michael Young, right here. And he won his Nobel Prize for physiology or medicine. Richard Axel also won his Nobel Prize in physiology or medicine. They're both professional scientists and working in biology. They both work for well-established did work for well-established universities. This is actually a pretty small community, guys. And here, let's have a look at this. This is Leslie B. Vossel. This is her Wikipedia page. Her alma mater is Columbia University. So yeah, she probably knows Joachim Frank too. Good bet. But she is the chief scientific officer and vice president of Howard Hughes Medical Institute. Okay? She was appointed such in 2022. Let's have a look down here. Look at the bottom right here in this column where her picture is. Doctoral advisor, Michael W. Young. Other academic advisors, Richard Axel. So you're telling me that both of these dudes, who are scientists, professional scientists working in medicine, this is a very small community, and they're both advisors to this chick, Leslie B. Vossel, that they don't know each other? Yeah, they probably freaking do. They probably did back when Barbara Enbaum met the Nobel laureates of 2017 in Washington, D.C. Okay? She met this guy. She met Michael W. Young in Washington, D.C., along with Joachim Frank. And this guy almost certainly knows Richard Axel. They're both advisors to the chief scientific officer and vice president of Howard Hughes Medical Institute. Come on, guys. So I don't want to hear the bullshit. I don't want to hear the nonsense like, oh, she just mentioned Joachim Frank to Jeffrey Epstein because Joachim knew Jeffrey Epstein's friend Richard Axel. No. No, because Richard Axel also almost certainly knows Michael Young. And she did not mention Michael Young to Jeffrey Epstein. Remember, she's a professional networker. Barbara Wenbaum is a professional networker. And she's likely, any networker will tell you, they're going to be selective. This is selective networking. They're selective about the people that they bring together. And again, also keep in mind that the Epstein Files are full of code. Go on YouTube. There are lots of people breaking down the code that you can find in the Epstein Files, like the use of the word jerky, beef jerky. I believe another word, cream cheese, is being used in like ridiculous amounts in those emails, to the point of where it's like, okay, this is clearly code for something. So kind of the same idea here with the email between Barbara Wenbaum and Jeffrey Epstein. She's selectively mentioning specific people to Epstein who she knows are probably like-minded, are probably down with the kinds of things that Jeffrey Epstein was down with. And again, she didn't bother mentioning Michael Young here. She didn't bother mentioning any of the other Nobel laureates that she met that year in Washington, D.C., except for Joachim Frank. All right? That's why it matters. That's why it's important that this dude showed up in the Epstein Files. And again, let me remind you, the odds of any given person showing up in the Epstein Files are astronomical. You have a better chance of being struck by lightning. So if you're in the Epstein Files, you're fucking up. You're fucking up, Joachim. Just had to make sure I got that one in there too. But again, considering, so if it were just one isolated incident of like, oh, his dad's in the Epstein Files, if it were just that, it's overlookable. But again, we're going down the list here of fucked up things about Ze Frank. And just one of them is his father's in the fucking Epstein Files. So we are going to tackle numbers 6 and 7 together because they are obviously linked. Number 6, Ze Frank makes veiled references to occulted esoteric symbols like the Abrasax and Yaldabaoth, etc. And number 7, the symbols that Ze Frank references are known to be demonic symbols with philosophies that involve child abuse. So you can see here, starting off with Ze Frank's content, subliminal messages. On the far left, that's a depiction of Yaldabaoth. In the center, that's a depiction of the Abrasax. And on the far right is a depiction of Melusine. And we're going to discuss how these images are linked and what they stand for, which a lot of people don't know about this. Just to give you a little bit more background on me, again, I've already mentioned that I have been an art teacher for 20 years now. I went to art school. I have studied visual imagery basically my entire life. I've been educated in this, in how to break down visual images for their layered meanings. A picture is worth 1,000 words, guys. So quite often, if you analyze images, such as the Yaldabaoth over here on the left, there's meaning behind all of it. There's meaning behind how many rays are coming out of the sun there. There's meaning behind the moon on the left, the sun on the right, this sort of aura sun behind the head of this serpent lion creature here. There's meaning behind the symbol down at the bottom there. Everything in this image has meaning. There's even meaning in the fact that it's sitting within sort of an oval shape, an eye shape. It all has a meaning. It represents something. That's the way it is with these occulted symbols. You need to break down every element in the image to understand what's being relayed to you, the messages being sent to you. So we're going to start off with the Abrasax. The Abrasax was worshipped over 1,000 years ago. It's likely still worshipped today. This thing, we've found it carved in amulets that we have dug up, people have dug up. from archaeological digs. It has had cults surrounding the worship of this thing going back, again, over 1,000 years. From ancient Egypt up to ancient Greece, all around the Mediterranean, people were worshiping this thing. I suspect there are still cults today that worship this thing. And in fact, I will show you evidence later that secret societies such as the Freemasons revere this symbol and what it stands for, which it should trouble you when you understand what it actually stands for, the philosophies behind it. So this thing has been around for a long time. It's part of a belief system called Gnosticism. And to use Christian terminology to explain it to you better, in Gnosticism they have aeons and archons. Aeons, think of them as being like angels, and archons, think of them as being like demons. The Abrasax is considered an archon. It's considered to be demonic. It's considered to be the demiurge creator of the material world. So it's the ruler of the material world according to this belief system. And the story goes that it made the material world to trap human souls and to torment them. So worshiping this thing is no bueno. It's not great to worship this thing. The only reason why you would worship this thing is because you're worshiping the devil and you want to be gifted with material wealth, material goods and gains. And you don't to give a shit about your soul or any kind of higher power or, spiritual, moral, ethical integrity. The idea being that you would be sacrificing all of those things in order to please this deity, whatever you want to call this archon, so that it would bless you with material wealth and goodies, fame, fortune, and all of that. One of the ways in which Ze Frank references the Abrasax is through his rubber duck. So you can see here, I've got this one image showing a few different rubber ducks associated with Ze Frank. I'm also going to put up here some other images of Ze Frank with rubber ducks in his show, A Show with Ze Frank, his video series, A Show with Ze Frank. He features rubber ducks in the bookcase behind him. There's even a scene with him covered in rubber ducks. So he loves rubber ducks, loves them. You can see here, sports racer is one of his little catchphrases, as well as what is your power move. So this was made for him, this little logo with the rubber ducks. Also over here on the right, more rubber ducks, that were logos that were made for him or by him, associated with him. The one on the bottom right is a rubber duck logo that's, for his website, which is basically down now. It's gone. As far as I've seen, you can't really access anything on it. But also here on the far left, you can see his celebra duck. A celebra duck is a celebrity duck. There's a series of these. They're rubber ducks made to look like specific celebrities. And this is the one that was made to look like Ze Frank. And we're going to break down how this thing references the Abrasax. And I'm sure that Ze Frank had some say in what his celebra duck was made to look like. So here you can see we have another very typical depiction of the Abrasax. It's usually, in case you guys haven't noticed yet, it's usually depicted as having the head of a rooster, the body of a man, and legs that are serpents, snakes. It's also usually depicted holding a rod or a whip in one hand. And in the other hand, it's typically holding either some kind of sun, like an orb of light, or a shield, something along those lines. Now, pay attention here. Look at his celebra duck. And look over here. I made some close-ups on the far right. Pay attention to the hand gesture being made by the Abrasax when it's holding the whip, the hand that's holding the whip there. This is sort of it's pointing its index finger. Now, this is a well-known secret society hand gesture. And I'm going to show you some more images in a moment proving that. And you can see here the rubber duck. he's making that same hand gesture, pointing the index finger. He could have had any number of things with his hands, that the rubber duck was doing with its hands. Any number of things. Go look up celebra ducks. You can see some other versions of the celebra duck for other celebrities, and the hands are doing all kinds of other stuff. But he chose to have his hand extending the index finger here. Now, it's not going to be pointing upward the way it is with the Abrasax, because that does not make sense in the overall design of a rubber duck. It probably wouldn't balance on the water the way it's supposed to as a rubber duck. I don't think I've ever seen a rubber duck that has an appendage like the hand or the arm or the wing pointing up in the air. That just would throw it off kilter. It wouldn't balance well. So he had to have the arm down by the side, but again, he still has the index finger extended. And then over here, you can see in the other hand, he's holding a little orb. It looks like it's a little rubber duck, which is cute on the surface if you're not thinking about it, but it's, again, a reference to the Abrasax. He's holding a little orb of light in one hand, and he's doing the Freemasonic hand gesture with the extension of the index finger in the other hand. So let's move on. And there's also some things we'll break down other things about like the shirt he's wearing. So here you can see I'm giving you some examples of Masonic hand gestures, and they are frequently known to make a hand gesture where they extend their index finger. And this has certain meanings. And if you go back and look at images of well-known Freemasons going back 100, 200 years even, there are paintings of well-known Freemasons, and they do this thing where they're extending their index finger. Even if they have like their hand sort of in their lapel, they'll have it so that some of the hand's tucked into the lapel, but the index finger is sticking out. These are veiled gestures that they're doing. It's meant to only attract the attention of the people who know. If you know, you know. That sort of thing. The people who know. When they see it, they know what's being remarked upon, the message being relayed. But the idea here is that most of the population won't know. They'll just see a picture. They'll just see a portrait of a dude. And they won't understand the ideas being relayed with the hand gesture. So here are some interpretations of the index finger hand gesture. It's a sign of the creator. It's also a phallic symbol. It means like caution, something like that sometimes. And it's also a sign of argumentation. So again, very well-known Freemasonry hand gesture. And the reason why the rubber duck is kind of an ingenious, I'll give this to him, it's sort of an ingenious reference to the Abrasax, because the Abrasax represents bringing together of opposites. And not just dual opposites, but also 5 opposites: earth, air, fire, water, and animal. The rubber duck represents all 5 elements. A duck is an animal, so that's the animal element. A duck is waterfowl, so that's the water element. A duck can fly in the air, that's the air element. A rubber duck is typically yellow, and that color is yellow, gold, and red are frequently used to represent the fire element. So that's the fire element there, because rubber ducks are usually yellow. And a rubber duck is made out of rubber, and rubber is harvested from rubber trees. And when we represent the earth element in esoteric symbolism, it's frequently represented with a tree. Trees are used to represent the earth element. So in that way, the rubber duck fulfills all 5 elements: earth, air, fire, water, and animal. So it is it's a very ingenious reference to the Abrasax without openly putting out an Abrasax image. So this is how secret society people operate. If you really pay attention, they're not going to typically just put an actual picture of an Abraxas, in their content, in their work, because that's just too out there and open. Then you can make too many connections between them and a secret society. But if they want to put it out there for the smarter people who are in the know, that they are in the club, without letting the entire general public know. Because if he posted anything, if any of these guys posted something like this on the far right, an actual Abraxas image, the rooster head, the serpent legs, everyone and their mother who's a fan of them would be like, what is that? And they'd look it up and so on and so forth. So, but instead, what they want to do is they want to make a very veiled reference to it, like posting a picture of a rubber duck. Another thing would be like the Knights Templar cross is quite often referenced with a 4-leaf clover. Maybe I'll cover that another time. But yeah, so this is kind of an ingenious way to put out there that he is worshiping the Abraxas without actually posting a picture of the Abraxas. So you can see here, there's all kinds of images showing Ze Frank. Here we go. Here he is covered in rubber ducks. He really, really likes rubber ducks. This is sort of his mascot. Yeah. Oh, this is important. Abrasax and numerology. So in numerology, people who study numerology understand that numbers are in everything, at least everything in the material world. Everything is represented with a number. And what you would do typically in numerology is when you have a number that's multiple digits, like 365, you would boil it down to a single digit. And you would do that by adding 3 plus 6 plus 5. That gives you 14. And then you would add 1 plus 4, and that gives you 5. Now, in gematria, sort of another name for numerology, you can take, for example, the alphabet, and every letter in the alphabet is assigned a number. The name Abraxas, I believe it's in the Greek alphabet, breaks down to 365, which then breaks down to the number 5. This makes sense because the Abraxas is a solar deity. There are 365 days in the year. 365 times that the earth revolves around the sun. But then again, that breaks down to the number 5, as in 5 elements: earth, air, fire, water, and animal. So the two numbers that are frequently associated with the Abraxas is 365 and 5. Particularly 5. So keep that in mind. So that's another thing that Ze Frank is like obsessed with 5s. He has a lot of 5s in his work, or he will release a lot of his videos on days that add up to 5. If you add the month, day, and year that he released his video up, a lot of them add up to 5. So you can see here, another way that they might make reference is they will show like 5-petaled flowers. 5 freaky eels is the name of one of his True Facts videos. Hard Times, 5 people, that's the title of one of his videos in his A Show with Ze Frank series. He references 5s all over the place. So we will continue. And also he references with his Celebriduck. So right here, you can see, note the 5-petaled flowers on his shirt, on his celebrity rubber duck here. Now, again, he likely had some say in how this rubber duck was made to look. He could have, if you think about all the alternatives that he could have had this thing look like, he could have been wearing any number of other kinds of clothing. He chose to wear like a Hawaiian shirt. I don't know that I've ever seen him wearing a Hawaiian shirt in any of his videos. Maybe once at one point. But I don't know if I've ever seen him. I can't recall him ever wearing a Hawaiian shirt, with the gaudy flowers all over it and stuff, and bright colors. Yet here with his Celebriduck, that's what he's wearing. And the Celebriduck is wearing it could have been any number of other kinds of flowers too, but instead they're 5-petaled flowers, like a 5-pointed star. And note the petal that would be the top point of the star is pointing downwards. So it's like a downward pointing pentagram. This is the secret veiled ways that occulted people in cults and secret societies, this is how they reference certain things. Very subtly with images. A picture is worth 1,000 words, guys, because they know that the general public is not going to be paying attention to the details. They know that. Something else I want to add to the topic of Ze Frank and the number 5. So this is a property that Ze Frank owns in northern New Jersey. I won't say any more than that, but pay attention, guys. What's the door address there? 32. And remember, in numerology, we add down multiple digit numbers until we get a single digit. So you just add 3 plus 2, and what do you get? 5. So even his house address adds up to 5. This guy likes 5s. And let's also talk about number 8. So the Abraxas is also another number that the Abraxas seems to be associated with, is the number 8. And I will give you guys some evidence of that. And also that Ze Frank really likes the number 8 as well. I don't typically see him, throwing the number 7 out there a lot. I've been looking at his videos on YouTube and keeping track of the dates that he releases them on YouTube. And as far as I've seen, I don't think any of the dates that he's released a video on YouTube, I don't think any of them have added up to 7, for example. But a good amount of them, he likes the number 11, he likes the number 5, and he likes the number 8. These are big numbers in numerology. So here's a quick overview of some connections between the Abraxas and the number 8. One of the things that's not listed here is the planetary connection, and that would be the Abraxas is a solar deity, so it represents the sun. It's connected with the sun, and the sun would be considered typically the 8th cosmological body within our solar system. There are 7 planets, and then the 8th solar orb would be the sun. And then you have these other reasons, the Ogdoad connection in Gnostic texts. Abraxas is linked to the Ogdoad, the group of 8, as it proceeded from the mother of all things, along with the first tetrad, producing the decad, and ultimately relating to the number 888. Numerical force of Jesus and Abraxas. The Greek letter values of Abraxas correspond to 365, but in specific Gnostic interpretations, it is linked with the number 888, which represents Jesus and the totality of the 8 monads, decads, and hundreds in the Greek alphabet. And then the esoteric symbolism would be that the Abraxas is it's frequently associated with the 8th tarot card in a tarot deck, which is either adjustment, justice, or strength, depending on the deck. And then you can see down here, so these are some basic images of the Abraxas, and the number 8 is frequently worked into the image itself. So usually it's being made with the coiling tentacles, the coiling serpents for legs. So right here, I went ahead and drew some crude 8s in there to show you where the 8s are hidden in the image in case you couldn't pick it out. You even have the 888 right here in the center image. So yeah, Abraxas is very frequently associated with the number 8. The Abraxas has been written about by many, many people. Hermann Hesse wrote a story called Demian, talking about the Abraxas in that story. Carl Jung, the famous psychologist Carl Jung, wrote extensively about the Abraxas. So here is a quote from Hermann Hesse's Demian, or Demian. The bird fights its way out of the egg. The egg is the world. Who would be born must first destroy a world. The bird flies to God. That God's name is Abraxas. I would like you guys to meditate on that for a little bit. because the people who worship Abraxas, who still worship it today, they hold true to these words. Who would be born must first destroy a world. Imagine the kinds of rituals involved in worshiping the Abraxas if they feel that in order to fly to Abraxas and to be born and fly to Abraxas, they must destroy a world. Like maybe destroy a child. A person is a whole world. So keep that in mind. There's also a connection to Ze Frank here because in his series A Show with Ze Frank, I think it's A Show with Ze Frank. It might be The Show. One of his first 2 video series. So it says here, coincidentally enough, Ze Frank refers to his dark side as Demian Savage. And I'm going to skip through this a little bit because I don't want to play it. But just so you guys know, you can go back and look at it and find it in his videos. So he does refer to his dark side as Demian Savage. And again, let me remind you, the Hermann Hesse story about Abraxas is called Demian. Secret societies, connecting secret societies with the Abraxas. So I will show you that secret societies even currently reference this thing. So right here, we've got the Verity Lodge. These are screenshots I took myself from the Facebook page of the Verity Lodge, number 59 in Kent, Washington. And they have posts of the Abraxas, pictures of the Abraxas. All right, so this thing is very much rooted in Freemasonry today. They revere this thing. So think on that, guys. And again, we're going to get into the philosophy behind this thing and why this should scare you. And if you'd like, go to the Facebook page of the Verity Lodge in Kent, Washington, and find what they wrote about this thing. Here are some references that Ordo Templi Orientis, that they've made to the Abraxas. So it is definitely lots of secret societies. They love this thing. They talk about it a lot. Carl Jung is known to say things like, no tree can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell. That's sort of associated with the Abraxas. It means, so the Abraxas also stands for bringing together dualities, light and dark, day and night, hot and cold, wet and dry. But also in a spiritual sense, it stands for bringing together the dualities of good and evil. So the philosophy behind this thing, the people who worship this thing, the people who worship the Abraxas, they believe in embodying good and evil, like the full spectrum of human goodness, but also human evil. What lies within the spectrum of human evil, guys? Rape, torture, murder, incest, pedophilia, having sex with children, child trafficking. People who worship this thing make veiled references to it. They don't typically put the actual image up, on their frickin' social media page. Not if they are a hardcore worshiper. They keep that shit quiet. They make veiled references to it like this. And then it's that idea of if you know, you know. And only a few people know. Most people would not see this and think that looks an awful lot like the Abraxas, because most people have never even freaking heard of the Abraxas. And nor do they know the philosophy behind it. They don't understand that the people who worship this thing and make veiled references to it believe in embodying the worst side of human nature, which includes raping children and incest and pedophilia. It means having sex with your own kids. That's what it fucking means. Now, that brings me back to Jimmy Savile, because again, it also means, embodying the good side of human nature. So the way that usually manifests is like how Jimmy Savile did it. And Jimmy Savile was a part of secret societies too. There are pictures of him wearing all the regalia for like the secret society regalia. I won't try to look for him now, but for those of you who don't know, Jimmy Savile was like a British celebrity. He was friends with lots of other British celebrities, American celebrities, Hollywood people, and royalty. It was later found out that he raped around 500 people. He had 500 rape victims. And he was likely trafficking children to some of the royal members, family members. I think he was friends with Prince Andrew. So, this guy, now what he did was he started fundraisers. You remember, like these fundraisers. He started fundraisers. This guy started fundraisers. He managed to get a lot of money together for facilities that housed disabled people. So everyone thought he was such a great guy. This big name celebrity, and he even puts together money for, to house the poor disabled people. And then you know what he did? They gave him access to those facilities. He was given a key, and he would just waltz into those facilities and rape the patients there. A lot of his rape victims were patients at the facilities that he raised funds for. So that's how they do this, guys. That's in public. They have a public persona where they appear to be this great person, this great benevolent, philanthropic human being, but then behind closed doors, they do evil things to children and disabled folk and, whoever they can get away with hurting. Okay. Let me see. Jimmy Savile. Oh, here we go. There he is. There's Savile. Wearing some fucked up, ritual shit. But that's not the only one. There are others that I found. But I'm not going to continue looking for them now. Just so you guys know. Oh, he's wearing, the 8-pointed star here. That's a common secret society, Freemasonry thing. They're all about the 8-pointed star. So, yeah, this guy was a notorious, disgusting creep. And unfortunately, he was not caught until after he was dead. Hey, guys. Oh, wait, here we go. Let's see if this brings anything up. Yeah. So they're talking about this. Other people have already pointed this out, guys. How he shows all these signs of being connected to secret societies and Freemasonry and stuff like that. Okay? And this guy was a disgusting creep, and no one caught him until after he was dead, unfortunately. Oh, this is an excellent book. You guys should read this book. Pedophilia and Empire, Satan, Sodomy, and the Deep State. This book, yeah, I've read a bunch of books like this, but I'm pretty sure this one was written by an ex-CIA operative. So the author of this book worked for the fucking CIA. He knows what the fuck he's talking about, dudes. Read this book. Worth reading, absolutely. Yeah. So wouldn't it be nice, guys? Because I know we hear about these people. We hear about these disgusting creeps who do all this disgusting stuff. And a lot of times we don't hear about it until after they're either dead or they've already been caught and thrown in prison. Wouldn't it be nice if you guys could help contribute to getting one of them caught that's still out on the streets and active? Wouldn't it be cool if you could make a difference like that? Here's an idea. Share these videos that I'm making. Share them around to your friends and family and coworkers, because the more people who know about this piece of shit, the more likely that authorities are going to start paying attention and going like, yeah, you know what? She's making some good points. He is kind of creepy. Let's not let another Jimmy Savile happen. Let's get this asshole caught before he's dead. That would be nice, wouldn't it, guys? You could say, you could go to your deathbed one day saying, like, I helped get a pedophile arrested and thrown into prison. I contributed to that by amassing a lot of attention to the issue. Because when it comes to Jimmy Savile, this guy, he had so many rape victims that they came forward while he was alive. They told their doctors. A lot of the developmentally challenged disabled people, they told their doctors, Jimmy Savile comes into my bedroom some nights and rapes me, and nobody fucking listened because they were disabled people. Wouldn't it be nice if, like, a lot of regular ass people out there started sharing this and going like, hey, you know what? She's making some good points. Maybe proper authorities should start really looking into Ze Frank and his wife Jody Brandt and Joachim Frank and see how they might be connected and with creepers. Maybe we should start looking at their activities. Maybe we should start paying attention to how their children are behaving. So on and so forth. So that covers like some of the Abrasax. He does secret kind of veiled references to the Abrasax. The same way you can see here how they're pointing out that Jimmy Savile is making veiled references to all kinds of occult, like here's another occulted like Freemasonic hand gesture. It's all over the place. So the same way this other person, I don't know who this person is that did this montage like of pictures here, collection of pictures, but they're pointing out all the ways that Jimmy Savile was kind of giving away publicly that he is a member of a secret society and he's sick. It was right in everyone's faces and lots of people didn't pay attention. That's what's going on here. Ze Frank also, he was involved in a short video called Strange Aeons. And remember, guys, I already explained to you that the Abrasax comes from a belief system called Gnosticism, and the Gnostics believed in aeons and archons. So Ze Frank was associated with a small video. He either helped produce it or write for it. And this short video is called Strange Aeons. So you can bet Ze Frank absolutely knows about Gnosticism. He should. He was involved in a movie where aeons, a Gnostic term, is used in the title. Okay, guys? So yes, he knows about Gnosticism. Now we're going to talk about Yaldabaoth a bit here. Ze Frank and Yaldabaoth, Rise of the Kitten Snake. So this is one of Ze Frank's True Facts videos where he's talking about mustelids. And it's called The Rise of the Kitten Snake. Well, that should remind you of a certain symbol that I've touched upon already. And that is Yaldabaoth, which is a lion-headed snake. Kitten snake. Isn't that cute? Here we go. There's lots of pictures of Yaldabaoth. Also an archon. Also considered to be demonic. Associated with Saturn. Again, this is how these people make veiled references to these occulted symbols. They don't come right out and say Yaldabaoth. They don't do that. And they don't come right out and have pictures of Yaldabaoth in their content. Instead, they make sneaky, clever references to these symbols, like using terms such as kitten snake. And the reason I know about this stuff, I am not in any secret societies. Let me just be clear about that. I am not in any secret societies. I am not a joiner. I am not one of those people who I don't like joining stuff. especially not when I have to swear oaths of secrecy. Because I don't know, I might learn something that I feel like needs to be shared. Like that maybe, I don't know, they engage in rituals that involve child abuse and rape and torture and murder. Who knows? So I don't intend to ever join one of these cults. I consider them to be cults. The only reason that I know about this stuff is because I've gone out of my way to study it on my own. And so the fact that I have a long-standing sort of a side interest in secret society symbols, occulted, esoteric symbols, religious symbols, and then I also have basically a lifetime at this point, almost 40 years of studying and formal education and experience, career work experience in the arts and visual images, means that I know what these images stand for and the philosophies behind them. So here's Echidna. Frank has made 2 videos about the Echidna. Echidna was called the mother of monsters. It's not just an animal. That's actually the name of an ancient deity. Here's a depiction of her on a piece of pottery. The mother of monsters. And again, she had serpent legs, and she's also connected with Melusine. It's a woman with legs of a serpent, sometimes associated with being like a dragon. And we'll soon get into how it's associated with Starbucks. Here we go. So you see here the similarity between the images. The Abrasax has snake legs and Echidna has snake legs. These are all ancient symbols. They go back over 1,000 years, guys. And here we go. Here's Frank, who went out of his way to make 2 different videos about echidnas. Very interesting that he decided it was such an important topic, the echidna, that he needed to make 2 different videos about it. The echidna and incest. Now, this is an excerpt of something that Carl Jung wrote. Again, this dude is in the Library of Congress, one of the most famous psychologists that ever lived, wrote extensively about the Abrasax, and also wrote about the echidna. He was very much interested in symbolism used in belief systems throughout history and what these symbols stood for. So I'm going to read through this really quickly so that you guys can understand the connection between echidna and incest. In the Oedipus legend, the Sphinx is sent by Hera, who hates Thebes on account of the birth of Bacchus. Because Oedipus conquers the Sphinx, which is nothing but fear of the mother. He must marry Jocasta, his mother, for the throne, and the hand of the widowed queen of Thebes belonged to him who freed the land from the plague of the Sphinx. The genealogy of the Sphinx is rich in allusions to the problem touched upon here. She is a daughter of Echidna, a mixed being, a beautiful maiden above, a hideous serpent below. This double creature corresponds to the picture of the mother, above, the human, lovely and attractive half, below, the horrible animal half, converted into a fear animal through the incest prohibition. Echidna is derived from the All-Mother, the Mother Earth, Gaia, who, with Tartarus, the personified underworld, the place of horrors, brought her forth. Echidna herself is the mother of all terrors, or the chimera of the chimera, Scylla, I think that's how you pronounce that. I don't know much about that one. Gorgo, of the horrible Cerberus, of the Nemean lion, and of the eagle who devoured the liver of Prometheus. Besides this, she gave birth to a number of dragons. One of her sons is Orthrus, the dog of the monstrous Geryon, who was killed by Hercules. With this dog, her son Echidna, in incestuous intercourse, produced the Sphinx. So, again, I'll repeat that. With this dog, so her own son, Echidna, in incestuous intercourse, produced the Sphinx. These materials will suffice to characterize that amount of libido which led to the Sphinx symbol. If, in spite of the lack of subjective material, we may venture to draw an inference from the Sphinx symbol of our author, we must say that the Sphinx represents an original incestuous amount of libido detached from the bond to the mother. And that's from Psychology of the Unconscious by Carl Jung. So Echidna is very much linked to monsters, monstrosities, and incest. She committed incest with her own son, and the product of that incest was the Sphinx. Why would Ze Frank make two different references to it? Two different references to Echidna. So here's Ze Frank and Melusine. We'll go over some of that. Melusine is often portrayed with two fish tails or two snake tails, or with the lower half of a dragon. The myth of the fairy Melusine is likely where we get some of the mermaid and siren stories from. So are any of you guys starting to recognize any of these images? You should, because you drink from coffee cups with pictures of her on them. And we will, here we go. Starbucks. The Starbucks logo is based upon images of Melusine. Two fish tails or two snake tails. She has many depictions, but it's usually two fish tails or snake tails. So again, does she not look very much like Echidna and the Abrasax, so on and so forth? This is how these are all connected. Many royal households, European households, have claimed to be descended from Melusine. Here we go. Now, I want you guys to think on this before you're like, oh, she's just drinking from a Starbucks cup. Most content creators, when they're making videos on YouTube, they go out of their way to make sure that they don't show any logos. Unless they are being, benefited from that, unless they are being sponsored by that specific company. Otherwise, they try not to show any logos. Sometimes and it's for legal reasons, but also it can just be for, ethical, moral reasons. Maybe they don't know much about a company and they don't want to risk showing that logo because they don't want to be supportive of a company they don't know much about. He could have easily turned the cup at such an angle so that you couldn't see the logo. This, by the way, is from his first series, The Show with Ze Frank. So he didn't have to show the Starbucks logo. He went out of his way to show it. In the world of secret societies and occulted esoteric knowledge, this is like throwing gang signs. Yes, very much so. For those of you who don't know how this world operates, the world of secret societies and cults that know about esoteric knowledge, occulted symbolism, this is how they operate. This is how they throw their gang signs. This is how they put out they say publicly that they are in the club without actually saying it. They use images that they know only a few people will really understand. And they do it in such a way so that to the general public, it looks normal. It looks like, to most people, most of his audience, this just looks like he's drinking out of a coffee cup. He's drinking a cup of coffee. To people in the esoteric world, in secret societies who understand these symbols, they know better. They know what he's saying. They know he's saying, hey, I'm in the club. He could have easily, even if it was important, he didn't have to show himself drinking coffee at all, guys. I see lots of people, content creators on YouTube that have made hundreds, maybe thousands of videos, and you never see them drinking a cup of coffee, or if they are, you don't see any kind of logos associated with it. He didn't have to show himself drinking any coffee. And if he did feel like showing himself drinking coffee, he absolutely didn't have to show any logos. He could have just shown himself drinking from a mug. He could have had anything in that mug, but we all would have assumed it was coffee. It was important to show that he was drinking coffee for some reason. You know, the whole reason he posted this, the whole reason he showed this scene is to show you this logo. That was the whole reason for that. Flashing gang signs. That's what he's doing here. And he's rubbing it right in your faces because he thinks that you're idiots. Let's just be clear about that. He wouldn't be doing this if he didn't think that most of his audience were idiots who wouldn't know what he was doing. He's insulting you. You guys all think he's so great. He's such a great guy. He's insulting you. He thinks that you're stupid, or he wouldn't be doing this. He thinks that most of you won't get the hint, or he wouldn't be doing this. So the philosophies behind the Abrasax, the idea behind this image, this deity, archon, very much lend themselves to pedophilia. The Abrasax represents the embodiment and merger of the full spectrum of human nature, the embracing of both innocence and evil. Therefore, devout Abrasax worshippers would seek to explore the darkest sides of themselves by engaging in acts of abuse, incest, pedophilia, rape, torture, and murder. So here I'm going to show you that the connection between the Abrasax and pedophilia is not just implied in the philosophies behind that symbol. It is literally written into the magic rituals that are associated with the Abrasax. So this is a book. You can find the free PDF version of this book online and download it and read it for yourself. Just Google or search Introduction to Magic, and it's by Julius Evola and the UR group. And for the sake of saving time and not, having to scroll all the way down and find the passage that I'm concerned with, I pulled it up again in this tab. So right here, page number 218, you can see it right there at the very top, says Abraxas, magical operations with 2 vessels, reduplication. This is describing, if you read through it, I'm not going to read through the whole thing, but it's describing a sex ritual between 2 people, a man and preferably, you can see here at the top, a virgin. It is good if the woman whom you will use in the works of vision and communication with incorporeal beings is a virgin. But then down here it goes on to say not just a virgin, not just like an 18-year-old virgin, but it says right here, and right here it also says sexual intercourse in case you guys, it just lays the whole thing right out. Right here is the sentence I'm concerned with. Sometimes, instead of women, children between 7 and 14 years of age are employed. Right there. Sometimes, instead of women, children between 7 and 14 years of age are employed. That is called pedophilia, my friends. That's called rape. Okay? So it's, again, and this is not the only example I found. It's just one example showing you guys. It is literally written into the magic rituals. Quickly, I want to touch upon at least 2 real-life connections between Abrasax and pedophilia and child rape, kidnapping, torture. So this is Marc Dutroux. Marc Dutroux is known as the Monster of Belgium. He was convicted back in the 1990s of abducting, torturing, raping, and murdering several young girls. I believe between the ages of 6 and 19. And let me tell you, if you ever go and read about the things he did to these girls, it will turn your blood cold. Two of the girls, the older teenagers, were buried alive in a garden in one of his properties, of which he had many, even though he was living off of government assistance. And the two youngest girls, I believe it was the two youngest, they starved to death in a hole in his basement. So it's not pretty stuff. Now, Marc Dutroux had accomplices. In fact, it was discovered that he was essentially like the leader of a gang that engaged in child abduction, child rape. And one of his accomplices was named Bernard Weinstein. Eventually, when the cops got around to raiding the properties of Marc Dutroux, and I believe they also raided some of the properties of his accomplices, they found a letter. And the letter was addressed to his accomplice, Bernard Weinstein. And it was from the leader of a cult, essentially, is what they are, called the Institute of Abraxas. And the leader signed his name Anubis. I believe his real name is Francis Desmet. And the letter, basically, I've searched and searched. I was not able to find a copy of the letter posted online. But there are a lot of news covering, articles and such covering this, talking about what was in the letter. And the letter was essentially requesting that they provide human sacrifices, gifts, if you will, quote unquote gifts, for the upcoming solstice ritual that the Abrasax Institute was going to recognize, engage in. And I believe that I read at one point that the letter also went into detail requesting specific kinds of children. You know, they wanted a boy who was a certain race and a certain age. They wanted a girl who was a certain race and a certain age. So it was like a laundry list of children that fit a certain description that this cult was requesting. And another thing is that at one point, Marc Dutroux also wrote to, I believe, a news group in Belgium, and he signed his name Abrasax. Now, the reason why the Institute of Abrasax was not, and the people involved there were not arrested, is because, first of all, well, after they found the letter, the police decided that they were going to raid the Institute of Abrasax, their home location, headquarters. And a lot of bystanders, a lot of people in the neighborhood around the headquarters reported that the day before the raid, they saw a lot of people going in and out of those headquarters, that building, and they were removing boxes and boxes of things. And it turned out later on, so that when the police finally did raid the building the next day, they found some troubling things. They found, I believe it was like human skulls. They found a lot of animal blood and things like that. But they did not find any actual children or anything like that. But again, let me remind you, the day before the raid, someone clearly tipped off the Institute of Abrasax, and it seems like they, according to eyewitnesses, they cleaned out a lot of stuff from that building. Turns out later on, later investigations and digging into it revealed that at least 2 members of the local police force were members of the Institute of Abrasax. Gee. So let that be a lesson to you guys. If you're thinking that, oh, you know what, I don't have to do anything about any of this, the police will fix it. You don't frickin' know that. You don't know how deep this goes. You don't know how many police officers or, you know, chiefs of police or lawyers or even judges might be in this cult, in this network, and helping to protect them. One of the best ways, I've said it before, I'll say it again, one of the best ways you can help this cause is share this video. Show it to your friends. Show it to your family. Say, hey, check this out. Send them the link. Spread it like wildfire, because if enough people are talking about this, then that's going to equal a lot of police officers, hopefully, and maybe FBI, who knows who else, saying, okay, well, this is becoming a public topic, a public point of interest. We have to do something about it. We have to investigate further. And I doubt very much that every single police officer and FBI agent is in on this, but it's a good bet that there are at least a handful that are. So, point being, if you want this resolved, if you want to get this cult that I think Ze Frank is a member of and his family are a member of, and I think might be connected with the Epstein network, if you want to get them arrested and put on trial and thrown in prison, share the information. Share it around, guys, because you can't just rely on police to, unfortunately, to do their jobs, unfortunately. And yes, this is it's a tragic story, the story of what happened to the victims of Marc Dutroux, and really more people should have been arrested in connection with all of this. But again, because some cops were in the members of the Institute of Abrasax, it didn't work out so that everyone was brought to justice. The other issue being Buren versus Abraxas Youth and Family Services. So you can see here a group called Cornell Abraxas Group, also Abraxas Youth and Family Services. They have several facilities in Pennsylvania and other states, and they're juvenile residential facilities. And they've been taken to court for child abuse, and some of that was of a sexual nature. I'm not entirely sure how the lawsuits turned out, if they are still active. I haven't had the time to completely look into it, but yeah, several children have come forward claiming abuse, and there must be enough evidence supporting it that this was taken to court. So an entire company with Abraxas in the name that of all things has they run and operate residential facilities for children, for juveniles. They're being sued for abuse against some of those children. So yeah, these are just two real life examples. There are more, but these are just two real life examples of the Abrasax being connected with child abuse and pedophilia. Another symbol I would like to discuss that features fairly prominently in Ze Frank's videos is the hummingbird. So you can see here, the hummingbird shows up in at least two of Ze Frank's videos. One of them is from his True Facts series. It's called True Facts, the Hummingbird Warrior. And the other one is from his A Show with Ze Frank series, the title being TMMTO Hummingbirds. So the hummingbird, many people likely aren't aware of this, but the hummingbird is very much connected with the Abrasax, and we'll get into that right now. So remember that the Abrasax is a solar deity. It's a sun god. And the hummingbird is also associated with the sun through an Aztec deity known as Huitzilopochtli. I apologize. I am probably going to butcher that name a few times throughout this presentation, but bear with me. So Huitzilopochtli, his name roughly translates to hummingbird on the left. So the hummingbird is essentially his totem animal. He is a war god. And the way he's depicted often looks very much like the Abrasax. And again, he's also a solar deity. So here we have one depiction of Huitzilopochtli. And does it look familiar to you guys at all, since we just went over the Abrasax? We have the body of a man. We have the head of a bird, or he's wearing a headdress that's shaped like a bird's head. He's holding a disc in one hand that's, in this case, a shield. And in the other hand, he's holding a rod, and it happens to be shaped like a snake. So here we have some more depictions of this particular Aztec deity. And quite often you can see his head is that of a bird, or he wears the headdress of a bird. And he's holding a rod in one hand, or a scepter. And in this case, instead of having legs that are serpents, the scepter is shaped like a serpent. So you can see that here. And then in the other hand, he's quite often holding a shield that usually has a sun on it. So we'll do a comparison here. Here on the left, we have the Abrasax. And then on the right, we have Huitzilopochtli. So again, the Abrasax has the head of a bird, a rooster, the body of a man, and then serpent legs. And he's frequently holding in one hand either a shield or an orb of light of some sort, usually a sun. And then in the other hand, he's usually holding either a rod or a whip. So right over here on the right, we have Huitzilopochtli, and he is wearing a headdress that looks like a bird, so he has a bird head. He's holding a rod that's shaped like a serpent. So instead of serpent legs, he's holding a serpent in one hand, and then in the other hand, he's holding a shield that has a sun on it. So we have a duality there. So these two deities, and they are both solar deities. They are both sun gods. What are the odds, guys? Remember, this is an Aztec deity, and this one is from the Mediterranean, from ancient Greece and ancient Egypt. When you study the devil archetype, let's put it this way, when you study many different pantheons and belief systems and the symbols in those pantheons and belief systems, you start to notice patterns. And you start to notice certain aspects that are across the board the same for the devil archetype. And that's what I'm pointing out to you here. So there's more to this Aztec deity we should get into. So Huitzilopochtli was the supreme patron deity of the Mexica Aztec Empire, serving as the god of sun, war, fire, and sacrifice. By the way, it makes sense also that he's associated with the hummingbird since he's a god of war. Hummingbirds are actually quite aggressive. Most people don't realize that because they look so cute and little, but they are very aggressive little dudes. And let me remind you guys, Ze Frank calls it the hummingbird warrior. He knows that this thing, I'll bet you anything. Again, I can't look inside of his mind, but he's not an idiot. Again, he went to Brown University. I'm sure he knows how to do a little bit of research and reading. I'm 99.99999% sure that this dude, that Ze Frank, knows about this Aztec deity because it's a hummingbird god and it's also a warrior god. Right here. He's a god of war. So, as a central figure, he led the Aztec migration to Tenochtitlan, was identified with the hummingbird, and demanded human hearts to fuel the sun against darkness. So, you guys, I'm sure, have heard of the gruesome Aztec sacrifices that took place where they would cut human hearts out of their chests and burn them on an altar. Yeah, they were doing it for this guy. So there's a lot of human sacrifice surrounding this particular deity, and some of it was child sacrifice. So you can see here, Huitzilopochtli, the Aztec god of sun and war, was central to massive human sacrifice, including rare, high-status child sacrifices, intended to nourish him and maintain cosmic order. Recent archaeology found a child adorned with jewels, likely sacrificed to him, near the Templo Mayor, where such acts aimed to ensure victory. So, I've already established that the Abrasax has some connection with child sacrifice or child rape. One could make the argument that it's sort of the same thing, in a way. And now we see that this other deity, this Aztec deity that's very much like the Abrasax, is also associated with harming children, sacrificing children. But it doesn't end there. So remember that the Abrasax is very much connected with the number 8. So it's connected with the number 5, 365, but also the number 8. And so is the hummingbird. So a very cool little fact about hummingbirds is they flap their wings in a figure 8 pattern, figure 8 motion, which makes it so that they are able to pivot and hover and dart around very gracefully. And as far as I know, there's no other bird that does that. So the number 8 is very much associated with hummingbirds. And I want to also cover a little bit more about the number 8. This is something you guys should know and how it factors into secret societies. So the number 8 is strongly associated with chaos through the 8-pointed chaos star, or symbol of chaos, representing infinite possibilities, directions, and entropy, commonly depicted as 8 arrows radiating from a center. And here we have some more depictions of, so it's an 8-pointed star. That's what the chaos symbol is. So commit this to memory because I'm going to show you some real life portraits of royal Freemasons that are wearing 8-pointed stars. But first, let's look at this. So in occultism, in the late 1970s, the chaos star became the main symbol of chaos magic, a branch of Western esotericism which originated in England. A variant on it, with an eye similar to the Eye of Horus in its center, is the official symbol of the Illuminates of Thanateros, a magical order dedicated to chaos magic. It has occasionally been used astrologically as a symbol for the trans-Neptunian object 19521 Chaos. And then in numerology, the number 8 symbolizes power, material success, authority, and financial abundance, acting as karmic equalizer that rewards effort and discipline. Ruled by Saturn, this number represents the balance between the spiritual and material worlds, embodying ambition, resilience, and the infinity of potential. Ruled by Saturn is the part that I would like you guys to make note of. It says it again down here. Ruled by Saturn, which brings serious, structured, and disciplined energy. Well, guess what else Saturn brings? Child abuse. Child sacrifice. So you guys might not know this, but in Greek mythology, Saturn is also Kronos. Kronos was the Titan king. It was foretold to him that one of his children would take his throne one day, and he didn't much like that idea, so he ate his children alive. Yeah. So again, more sacrifice. Are we seeing a pattern here between the number 8, chaos, sun deities, child sacrifice? And then I wanted to just show you a few portraits of some famous, well, they're royal Freemasons. You can go look this up for yourselves, guys. Just type in Royal Freemasons, and Wikipedia has a whole list of them. And it's not just limited to royalty. It's the aristocracy. It's celebrities. It's famous, successful artists, musicians, inventors. Many, many, many of them are Freemasons. And if you pull up portraits of them, pictures of them in their regalia, you can usually see them wearing an 8-pointed star. Remember, like that. So this is Ferdinand Friedrich. I forget which country he ruled over, to be honest. Apologies, but you can see here he's wearing an 8-pointed star. This is Alexander I of Bulgaria. He's wearing an 8-pointed star. Let's see. This is Charles I, Duke of Brunswick. He's wearing an 8-pointed star. All of these guys were Freemasons, all in secret societies. This is Christian VIII of Denmark. He was a grandmaster. He was a Masonic grandmaster, wearing an 8-pointed star. Symbol of chaos, guys. It's also considered to be a symbol of life, but a big part of life is chaos. So the sugar-coated interpretation of the number 8 is, oh, it's a symbol of life and bountifulness and la da 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 da. Well, the darker side of it is it's a symbol of chaos. So this is Kaiser Wilhelm I of Germany, wearing an 8-pointed star. This is Habibullah Khan, I believe from, I want to say Egypt. Could be wrong about that. Egypt, wearing an 8-pointed star. Actually, I think he's wearing a couple of them there, at least 2. This is Christian X of Denmark. He's wearing, it's hiding sort of under his sash here, but it's another 8-pointed star. But then also he's wearing a Maltese cross. The Cross of the Maltese Order, again, it's associated with Freemasonry. I've heard some horrible things about that order. And it's also in its own way an 8-pointed star, because even though it has 4, let's say, appendages here, each appendage has 2 points on it. So you can see there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. And who else do we have here? Leopold, I believe from Belgium, wearing an 8-pointed star. There we go. And he's got a Maltese cross on him too, and a Knights Templar cross. And then we have, finally, remember, there are lots of these guys, but I'm only giving you a sampling. I can't go down the whole list. It would take forever. And this is Pedro I of Brazil. He's wearing, looks like at least 2 8-pointed stars. 3, I think. I think this one counts as 1. This might be 1. And then this one. Yeah. So again, I want to remind you guys, these are all royalty. They're all Freemasons. The 8-pointed star is a chaos symbol. And it's associated with Kronos, who ate his own children. It's associated with the hummingbird and the hummingbird warrior Aztec deity. That's a sun god that is represented with a snake, the head of a bird, the body of a man, usually holding a shield and a sun. Also associated with child sacrifice. And again, looks very much like an Abrasax symbol, which is also associated with the sun and unfortunately the abuse of children. So again, let me remind you guys, Ze Frank knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing, guys. This is how the modern day, this was how back then, okay? Back then, this is how in their portraits, in their paintings, this is how these dudes told other guys in their club that they were in the club. You understand? This was how they flashed their gang signs. They would wear this regalia. They would wear these pretty pins and jewelry all over their lapels and show off like, look, I'm in the club. And the peasants didn't know what they were looking at. They just said, oh, that's a pretty piece of jewelry. They didn't realize that this symbolized something, okay? They didn't understand. Only the people who were in the know understood. I'm trying to make you in the know. I'm trying to let you in on the secret, guys. But now, these days, the modern way that these guys, these secret society dudes, the way they flash their regalia, the way they flash their gang signs is they do stuff like this. They create content, they put it online, and they hide symbols in the content. I mean, even here, look. In the picture down here, you can see, you know what? I've got a close-up of it. Let's pull it up. Do. Here we go. Down here you can see the eye symbol on the book. He didn't do that by accident, guys. Ze Frank didn't he didn't accidentally have that book prominently featured on the shelf behind him. Who places a book like that on a shelf unless they want you to see the cover, right? Normally it would be tucked in with the spine facing outward, but he clearly wants us to see the cover of this book behind him. He wants us to see that eye, right? And where do we quite often see an eye in symbolism? Let's see. In secret societies, Freemasons. Here we go. They're big on the eye. They love it. So, this is just, yeah. He's not stupid. Again, he went to Brown University. He's a pretty smart guy. I mean, he wasn't smart enough to get one past me, but he's smart enough to set up books and set up props behind himself to send certain messages to other people in his club so that they know that he's in the club, and probably to get them to support his work, to further his work and share his videos to make him popular so that he'll be a popular celebrity. So that he'll get more money and attention from people. It's kind of sad that he has to do this. I almost feel bad for him. Almost. You know? He's essentially like a dancing monkey, like throwing gang signs again just to get attention and money. Or a clown. I'm sure he would be amused by that. But anyway, yeah. So just wanted to show you guys, break down some more symbols for you here. The more you know about this stuff, the deeper the rabbit hole gets, the more interesting it is. I've spent years studying different belief systems, pantheons, religions, and the symbols that are used to depict their philosophies, their beliefs, their gods. And after a while, you start to notice patterns. So I didn't even have to join one of your stinky secret societies to learn this stuff, did I? Did I, Zay? You're a sellout. So something else that I would like to touch upon while we're on the topic of cult symbols. Now, this is not technically in one of Zay Frank's videos, but it's a picture of him. This is on Chelsea Peretti's Twitter feed, X feed. Chelsea Peretti is the sister of Jonah Peretti. Jonah Peretti, he is the one who started Buzzfeed, and I guess hired on Zay Frank to be the president of the motion pictures, the video department of that. So you can see here, Zay Frank is sporting a pretty nasty black eye in this picture. And I think it's funny, the caption here, it says, Zay Frank, remember when I beat your ass, but then we made up right after. You have so much spirit. She doesn't look messed up at all. Like, she doesn't look like they got into a fight at all. I think that this is interesting because some of you probably already know where I'm going with this. I think at this point, a lot of people have already heard of the Black Eye Club. And it's the fact that a lot of celebrities, so here's a picture of David Bowie with a black eye. A lot of celebrities and politicians have shown up with black eyes publicly. And there are a few theories on it. I think the biggest theory is it is some sort of a cult initiation and sort of a public announcement that they've been initiated into a cult. There are lots of videos on YouTube. Here are a few of them talking about it. I highly suggest go and watch a few of these videos for yourself. And it makes sense when you think about how hard it actually is to get a black eye, guys. Just the shape of your face and your own natural instincts to protect your eyes should kick in whenever you are in any kind of a fight or anything like that. And it makes it near impossible. It's usually just because your nose sticks out more, your cheek tends to stick out more, your chin. Those are the areas of your face that would tend to get hit before your eyes. I was a very sporty kid. You know, both my younger sisters, they tended to stay inside and have tea parties and play with their dolls. I was the tomboy running around the neighborhood, climbing trees, playing two-hand touch football with the boys. I played a lot of sports growing up. I played softball, basketball, field hockey. I even was a horseback rider. I even worked as an adult as a horseback rider. I even had a horse throw me face first into a fence. And I kayak as an adult as well. I have never had a black eye that I can recall. Not a single time. I have scrapped it up a lot. I'm a pretty active person when my back is working well. So it's actually incredibly hard to get a black eye. It's harder than people think. And I've heard other people comment on this, you know, big strapping dudes who are like bros that like to go out to bars and drink with their friends, and they get into little tussles and stuff with each other. And they have even commented and said that they've had a black eye maybe once in their life with all the fights that they've gotten into and all the sports that they've played and stuff. It's really hard. And a lot of them have said also that they've never had a black eye. Same as me. Very active, very sporty, no black eyes. When you think about it, so again, your natural instincts are to protect your eyes, because if you get an eye injury, that's a bad thing. You really don't want an eye injury. It's a natural instinct, I think, built into most creatures with eyes, like protect your eyes. So you tend to just move instinctively when something's coming at you to just deflect, get it away from your eyes. So you often, if something's coming at your face, it's going to hit you in the cheek, the jaw, the nose, because you're just going to instinctively move your face to get your eyes out of the way. So for so many of these celebrities, the other thing you should consider, guys, celebrities, they live more protected lives than the typical population. They can afford to pay people to do grunt work, to take out the trash. Most of these people have like personal bodyguards. They are sheltered compared to the general population. They should be the last people. It's hard enough just for people in general to get a black eye, but for these people who are the sect of the population that really are the most protected and have the most money and the most ability to avoid any kind of catastrophe, why are so many of them showing up with black eyes? Why? That's just, that doesn't make any sense. Even the Pope, for crying out loud. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out. It looks like Zay Frank is a member of the Black Eye Club. It's silly. It's silly to think that so many of these celebrities are turning up with black eyes when you consider their lifestyle. And most people have never had a black eye in their lives, even the really active, sporty people. I can personally speak to that. I have been very active in my life. I've played lots of sports. I've traveled a lot. I've been in car accidents, serious car accidents, and no black eyes. Again, horses throwing me into fences, face first, no black eyes. How are all these celebrities ending up with black eyes? How did Zay Frank end up with a black eye? I just to cut to the chase, I also think Chelsea Peretti and her sister Jonah Peretti are members of this cult. And I think she's married to Jordan Peele, right? And he's the dude who wrote and directed that movie Come Out, or Get Out. That's it. Get Out. It should be Come Out. Come out of the closet, dudes. All of you. Anyway, sorry. But if anybody's seen that movie, then you know, yeah, it was a cult. It was a cult network of, rich white people who were doing bad things to the lower classes. So, yeah, this is just something else I wanted to touch upon. Zay Frank showing off his shiner here. And there is a long-standing theory with lots of people talking about it, pointing out how many celebrities have black eyes and how suspicious it is. And yeah, all right. So we'll leave that one there. And now I want to move on to number 8. Zay Frank's son has been diagnosed with PANS, which is often caused by trauma and abuse. So this is Zay Frank's wife, Jody Brandt. This is her Facebook page. You can see here her most recent post is stating that their son, Jonah, has PANS. He's been diagnosed with PANS. This is like it's like a kid suddenly develops stuff like obsessive compulsive disorder, things like that. This is can often be caused by abuse and trauma. So, and the other thing I wanted to point out, again, the other thing I did point out, we're going to come back to her. That's really important. The other thing I did point out in my previous video is you can see here, this is depicting Zay Frank's wife, Jody Brandt. This is her, and these are their 2 adopted children, Jonah and Rose. This is Jody, the funeral of Jody Brandt's father. So I point out how if you watch this video, I'm not going to play it for you. I don't want to deal with any kind of copyright issues or anything like that. But if you play this video, just go and find it. You can see what the channel it's on in the bottom left. And pay attention to all the times that you see these kids, these 2 kids. The daughter is super clingy of her mother. Again, it's hard for me to call her mother because I think she's abusing these children. So she clings to Jody, and she also shows stimming, self-soothing tactics. The thing that I should have mentioned in the previous video is, for those of you who don't know anything about me or my background, I have been an art teacher for most of my career. I've worked at independent studios, and a lot of that has been teaching children. So teaching family classes, teaching all-day kids art camps, teaching for kids' birthday parties and stuff like that. So I have worked with a lot of kids and their parents over the last 20 years or so. All right. So, and once in a while, I will come into contact with a kid who is super clingy. And that has always spoken to something is going on behind the scenes. Something bad is going down at home. This kid is either being abused or neglected. When they are super clingy, especially this girl is roughly 10 years old here. And so the one example that always jumps to the forefront of my mind when I think about what a hyper clingy kid means is a little boy who was maybe 7 or 8 years old, used to come into one of the studios that I worked at, and he would be dropped off for the all-day kids art camp. And mind you, he was there with lots of other kids. Lots of other kids came to this art camp, and he wouldn't play with those other kids. They would all be busy doing their own thing, making their own art, chatting with each other, playing. But this little boy would follow me around the studio like a lost puppy, because I smiled at him, I was kind to him, and it was clear that he needed that reassurance and that feeling of safety and protection from an adult, because he wasn't getting it enough at home. It was as if he was a flower that had never seen sunlight, and with my smiling at him and being kind to him, I was giving him like a little ray of sunlight, and he was just straining to find the source of it. He just wanted to be close to the source of the kindness and the reassurance and the feeling of safety. When I see kids who are super clingy of their parents, particularly when they're like 10 years old, that is a red flag for abuse or neglect. Something is wrong. And when they're doing stimming, which is like a self-soothing mechanism, when she's mushing her face a lot you can see throughout the video, if you watch the video, she touches her face a lot. Particularly, she's mushing her lips, her mouth with her fingers. That's called stimming. This is a red flag. And again, I studied psychology in school. Even though I was primarily studying art, I also studied psych on the side because I had thoughts of possibly becoming an art therapist. And just my extensive career working with kids has taught me, when they are super clingy, when they follow you around like a little puppy, when they are showing constant like stimming, self-soothing tactics, there's something wrong. There's something wrong at home. And for those of you who are like, but she seems so nice. She seems so nice in this video. She's smiling. Jody Brandt's smiling. She's smiling at the kids. She's holding them, and she seems to really care about her son. Look, she's posted about her son having pans, and she seems really, who else seemed publicly to really care about their ailing child? This chick. This is, for those of you who don't know, this is Gypsy Rose and her mother. Gypsy Rose wound up having her mother killed. Why? Because her mother had what they think now was Munchausen's syndrome by proxy. Her mother basically, from the time Gypsy Rose was a baby, made her sick, would induce her to be ill, and went around telling everybody that she was a very sick girl, told her that she had leukemia. So she even told people that her daughter had the mentality of a 7-year-old. Later, testing proved that Gypsy Rose had normal intelligence. But basically, this lady got tons of attention and a pat on the back, and she got a lot of money, too. She got extra money from the government for taking care of a sickly child. She was given a free house from Habitat for Humanity, so on and so forth. She got a lot of kickbacks for walking around pretending her little girl was sick and actually doing things to make her sick. And unfortunately, this poor girl grew up in a horrible, she was constantly monitored by her mother behind closed doors. So look, she's smiling here in this picture, but it turned out that behind closed doors, this woman was abusing her daughter. Didn't let her go to school, constantly controlled who she interacted with, wouldn't let her speak very much in public because it would give away that she's actually of normal intelligence. And when this girl finally reached like her late teens, early 20s and started to realize that she's not actually sick, that it's her mother making her sick because her mother wanted the attention and wanted the money and so on and so forth, the little girl like snapped, lost her shit, and like convinced her boyfriend to kill the mother. So look, this is her with the mom. She looks sickly, even though it's proven now that she was never sick with anything. But her mom said that she had like a laundry list of illnesses, but she was never sick with anything. She doesn't look great here with her mom. And then you see another picture down here, also doesn't look very great with her mom. But then after her mother was killed, she was sentenced to 10 years in prison, but was released in 2023. Now she's free of her mother. Look, she looks healthy. She looks good. Down here, there's another picture of her. She looks much healthier. Not saying she should have killed her mom or had her mom killed, but still. She's looking good. She's looking a lot better than she did when her mother was alive. So, again, just for those of you who are like, Jody Brandt seems nice. Look, they seem like nice people. Look, they're all smiley. Looks happy. Well, first of all, the little girl looks like she's 1,000 miles away. And this is not the only picture where I've seen her with a group of people smiling at the camera and she's just staring off into space like she's gone. Which is another telltale sign, red flag for abuse. Because a small child's mind can't handle extreme abuse. And so one of the self-soothing tactics, one of the things that the child's mind will do to cope, the coping mechanisms, they'll zone out. They'll go someplace else. And they'll do it all the time. It'll become a habit. The other thing I want to point out, so again, oh, look, happy, smiley family. Let me give you another example here. Let's see. Here it is. Oh, my. Oh, my. Fred and Rose West. Who here knows about Fred and Rose West? Rosemary West. Look, happy, smiley family. Look at all these kids smiling. This guy here is Fred West. This is his wife, Rosemary West. They're from England. This guy was regularly raping his own daughters. See these girls here? He was raping them. And Rosemary here was helping him do it. In fact, people have testified to the fact that Rosemary was actually the worst abuser. She was worse than Fred here. So Fred was raping his daughters, but she was worse. She was more vicious. All said and done, between the two of them, they have, as far as we know thus far, they have 12 murder victims. 2 of them were their own kids. So 10 girls roughly were like in their late teens, early 20s. Their teens and 20s were kidnapped, raped, and murdered by these 2 together. So it wasn't just him and his wife being oblivious or his wife like suspecting something was going on, but just, pretending, like turning her head and not looking. No, the wife actively participated. Okay? And they found, I don't know how many bodies at their property at 25 Cromwell Street. I want you to pay attention to this. This is important. Make note of this. Look at these girls smiling. At the time period that this photo was taken, this guy was raping them behind closed doors. He would go in their bedrooms at night and rape them. They're still smiling in this picture, aren't they? Again, hi. I don't give a shit if these people are smiling in their photo, in the photo they've chosen to post publicly to their Facebook page. I don't give a shit. What I care about is what goes on behind closed doors. So one of the girls they killed, it was actually Rosemary who killed her, was a daughter from one of Fred's previous marriages. And actually, that woman he was married to before Rosemary, he murdered her. Then Rosemary adopted his daughter from that marriage, and then she killed her. And Fred helped her dispose of the body. Then the other girl was their actual girl, like their first daughter. I believe this is her. It's one of these two. Her name was Heather, and Fred was raping her regularly, and Rosemary was also abusing and torturing her. And as she got older, she realized, like, this is wrong. This is abuse. I'm not going to stand for this anymore, and was threatening to go to the police about it. And so these two realized that they had to shut her up, and shut her up they did. They murdered their own daughter because they didn't want her getting them in trouble for raping her. Again, she's smiling. Oh, smile. Look, they're a happy family. And I don't know who these two are in the background, these two other adults, but it should just give more credence to the fact, like, they had friends. They had other family members who thought they were good people, who sat in on their family photos and didn't think anything of it. The kids also had nannies. These two, by the way, had 10 kids between them, 2 sons and 8 daughters. One of the daughters being his daughter from the previous marriage. So let this be a lesson to you. Kids and people can put on a brave face. They can put on a tough front. They can look very happy in public when a family photo is being taken. That doesn't mean they're not being horribly abused behind closed doors. These two were monsters. Monsters. Thank God they're in prison now. Let's see. Oh, aren't they the cute couple? Look, don't they look normal? They look pretty normal. He looks a little bit, She looks like a pretty normal chick. But again, let me remind you, she was considered to be the smarter of the two. She was the one that was really calling all the shots, and she was the more vicious abuser. Like, that's pretty bad when this guy was raping his own daughters, but she was considered to be worse. That's pretty bad. So again, look these guys up. Fred West and Rosemary West. Fred and Rose West. Notorious serial killers and serial rapists. A lot of young girls lost their lives to these people. One more example. Again, just talking about how I don't give a shit that these two look normal and happy and smiley. I just want to give you one more example here of why that doesn't fucking matter. Oh, maybe a couple more examples. Jimmy Savile. No, we'll get into him in a minute. We're going to get into him when we start talking about some of the symbolism. Here we go. Dennis Rader. Dennis Rader was known as the BTK killer. He had roughly, I think, the better part of 3 decades, 30-year go of it for raping and torturing women to death. And some children. Like, one of his victims was an 11-year-old girl. Here's him with his daughter. Here he is. This guy was a husband, a father, a Cub Scout troop leader, and the council president of his church. He even took one of the bodies of one of his victims, who was his neighbor, by the way. He went and murdered a woman who lived a few houses down from him in his own neighborhood, on his street, and then took her body to the church where he was the president, okay, when nobody was there, and set the body up in different, he like did horrible things to it at that church. Looks like a normal dad there, doesn't he? Look, here he is at his daughter's wedding. Before he got caught for being the BTK killer. Here he is with his daughter, and I guess his daughter's boyfriend, or maybe this is his son. I don't know. I think he had a couple kids. You understand? Again, and look, there's a smiling. Smiles and happy time. Happy family photos. I don't give a shit. You could say all you want. Oh, they look so happy and normal. I don't care. It's easy to look happy and normal for a few seconds for a fucking photo. Lots of people have looked happy and normal in photos and were the pillars of their community. And they turned out to be the sickest human beings walking the face of the earth. I want to get into, so that's something I wanted to point out about that. So let's move on to, here we go. So we crossed off number 8. His son has PANS, and his daughter, I should have added on there, his daughter shows a lot of signs of being clingy and stimming. Next, we're going to tackle number 9 and number 10 together because they are also related. So, number 9. Since beginning to talk about Ze Frank being a member of a child trafficking cult, I have had numerous gangstalkers harassing me on my social media. Some of them have even admitted in their comments that they are being paid to comment on my videos. And number 10, one of the gangstalkers, Thomas A. Pallone, aka Tristan E. Nicole, attempted to befriend me in real life, and I have already proven that he is connected with other gangstalkers like Melanie Heider, aka at Melly Germany 9479, who has harassed me both on my YouTube channel and on my Facebook page. So let's dive into this one, because this is a cult. It's just more evidence that this is a cult and that they harass people online as well. So first of all, the whole they get paid to comment on my YouTube channel, right here. So this is the comment section in my YouTube studio. And you can see here the top comment says, "Another day, another comment, another $1. This gig is sweet." So, and that same commenter, left another comment saying, "Just commenting because I need to get paid." So I think that says it all right there. They're getting paid. There are people getting paid to comment on my YouTube channel. Now, mind you, full disclosure, I'm not paying anybody to comment on my YouTube channel. I can't afford that right now. So who the hell is paying people to comment on my videos on YouTube? Sounds like maybe a cult is hiring gangstalkers, is hiring people to come around my YouTube channel and leave nasty comments. Because the overall vibe of the comments is just nastiness. Like, are you on drugs? Where do you place on the spectrum? Stuff like that. So, but yeah, at least one of them, and I do not have the time to go through every single comment, but at least one of the commenters has openly admitted at this point to being paid to comment on my YouTube channel. So, and I'm about to show you 4 different gangstalking commenters who are interconnected. So, well, 2 that are connected and then another 2 that are connected. So we'll start off first with at Bummers Abound here. So this guy commented on one of my videos about Ze Frank, and he said, "Ze Frank is a national treasure. You need to get your head checked." To which I replied, "Ze Frank is a fraud and likely a child abuser. You need to get your IQ checked." First thing I want to point out, let's see if we can find him. Here is his YouTube channel. First thing I would like to point out here, take a look at his picture. Now, we just went over the Abrasax symbol, didn't we? And what does it have? It has the head of a rooster. So this guy's wearing a rooster mask. The body of a man. It also is very much associated with the number 8. You can see down here in the bottom left of that picture, just off to the side of his arm, there's a figure 8 in green. And one of his hands down here on the left it's holding something that looks like very much like a rod or a stick of some sort. Obviously, this picture has been sort of pieced together, I think. I think that 8 was probably superimposed on the picture, and I think that this little rod was inserted there. I didn't do that. That's his, this is his picture. So this is a reference to the Abraxas. This is yet another clever way that someone is referencing the Abraxas. So I've been accusing Ze Frank of being in a cult that worships the Abraxas, and then gangstalkers are coming onto my YouTube channel, random people. And by the way, before I started talking about how I think Ze Frank is in a cult, no one bothered me on my YouTube channel. Not this channel. I had another channel. I have another channel that I had set up previous to this one that just had like everyday stuff, concerts that I'd been to, video recordings of concerts. I don't think I got a single comment. And then suddenly I start talking about how I think Zay Frank is an occult that worships the Abrasax, and now all these crazy people come out of the woodwork and start commenting on my channel. And they have pictures that are clearly references to the Abrasax. Rooster head, body of a man. All it's missing are like the snake legs. And again, like he's holding a rod, and there's a number 8 there on the side. So there's that. Now, I also want to point out down here are some of his videos. He only has, 11 videos? Right over here, most of them don't have any comments. This video, this short, has a single comment. This is of a fire that broke out on railroad tracks. I would not be surprised if he was the one that started the fire. Here's the comment. Look at the comment. It's left by @TheBiggerSlime. So we're going to talk about him in a minute. And the comment simply says 8. Simply says the number 8 right there. Again, I already, earlier in this video, talked about how the Abrasax is connected with the number 8. @TheBiggerSlime. And now this guy, let's talk about him. @TheBiggerSlime goes by Joe Big Beans. He has also been commenting on my YouTube channel. No, they're not a gang cult, right? They're not a cult of people that are interconnected, networking through social media and stalking me and targeting me and harassing me. No. It's also interesting. Look here. It just says Zay right there, Z-E, as in Zay Frank. That's weird. Normally it would say, like, the handle. So here's the handle, @TheBiggerSlime. And then it would say number of subscribers and number of videos, but this says Zay. That's so freaking, I still haven't figured out how or why that is like that. It doesn't follow the pattern for what typically shows on people's YouTube channel descriptions. So, but I also, just showing you guys, Joe Big Beans, I made a video here, Joe Big Beans Gangstalker, and I point out, he left these comments on one of my videos where I was talking about another suspect who I think is in this cult, Michael Paul Maxwell. Since I made this video, I guess he went ahead and deleted these comments. I went back to look and I didn't see them. But he left a couple of comments here. One says, "You should get a healthier hobby. I think this is making you paranoid." And the other one is just nonsense, says skibbity dop dop dop. Yes. So they're freaks. And yeah, so that's 2 different commenters, 2 different people on YouTube who are connected, clearly, because they're commenting on each other's channels, and then they're coming and harassing me on my channel, and they're commenting cryptic little comments like just the number 8. No, it's not a gang or a cult or a network of creeps. Nah. No. Making with pictures that reference the Abrasax. Nah, no. No, not at all. Now, next I want to get into Tristan E. Nicole, otherwise known as Thomas A. Pallone. This guy, and I'll pull up his Instagram here, he doesn't really have any pictures of himself, his actual self, online that anyone can see. He's like in his early 70s. I know that because I met this guy in real life. So back in around beginning of March 2023, I suddenly had no place to stay. I had been living in an RV for over a year at that point, and then suddenly the RV was not an option. And what happened was a random chick approached me and pretended to be very friendly and nice. And right off the bat, I kind of got a bad feeling about her. I sort of pride myself on having very good gut instincts when it comes to people, especially when it comes to feeling like if somebody's pretending to like me, but secretly does not like me. But she was acting like she wanted to be very helpful, help me out, help me find a place to stay. And she was like, I know, you can stay with my friend T. And she explained to me her friend was named Tristan, and he was trans. And at this point, I was like, I was a little bit wary, but I also just wanted a place to rest my head for at least a few days until I figured out what my next step was going to be. So she put me in contact with Tristan here, and I called him, spoke on the phone with him ahead of time, and he was like, yeah, come on over, and gave me his address. As soon as I got there, I got bad feelings. Again, now the gut feelings, the gut instinct, the basically the danger Will Robinson danger alert alarm was going off really strong in me. Within a few hours of meeting this guy and being in his apartment, I started to really feel like this person, like I was an insect in a trap, like I was in a spider's web trap. And this guy was hardcore pretending to be nice to me, pretending to like me, but secretly hated my guts, didn't like me, and even wanted to hurt me. That was the overall feeling that I was getting from this guy. And for maybe dudes don't get it, but try to understand, women, girls, we cultivate this gut instinct, this intuitiveness back in school. During high school, we learn to differentiate between genuine people and frenemies all the time. Like that's the battleground where we learn this. I think every single girl who's ever been to high school has encountered at least one person, one other girl or guy, but usually it's a girl, who is pretending to be your friend, pretending to like you, but secretly hates your guts and wants to destroy you and like talks shit about you behind your back and stuff. I got that feeling, but even stronger. Like this person wants to harm me. Plus, so that in combination with, I was also seeing all these telltale signs, these little symbol references all around his apartment, which were symbols that were associated with this cult and their belief system. So the combination of seeing these, and any one of those if it had been just one thing, just one symbol, one little thing, I might have overlooked it, but it was quite a few of them. So that in combination with this really strong gut feeling like I was in danger, and the fact that he had been making me food to eat, and after I would eat it, like after I would eat some dinner that he made me, because I stayed there for 2 nights, and both nights he made me dinner, and within an hour after eating the dinner, I felt very lightheaded and like I wanted to pass out, and I would just lay down and go to sleep. I shudder to think of what he might have been doing, I don't know, when I was passed out. So all that stuff was adding up to, I'm going to get the fuck out of here really, really quick. So then, like the third day, he laid down to take a nap or something, and I just gathered up my stuff and left. Mind you, this was March in New Jersey. It was freezing cold. It was bitter cold out. The sun was going down. I didn't care. I was like, I'll figure it out. I'd rather freeze to death on the streets than, be trapped in an apartment with a lunatic who's pretending to like me, but I think secretly hates my guts. Now, right around that same time, somebody was also posting on my Facebook page, harassing me on my Facebook page, and also on my YouTube channel, and continued to harass me on my YouTube channel up till last year sometime when I blocked her. Her name is Melly Germany. So first, let me come here. Here she is on YouTube. Melly Germany. I'm going to zoom in there, have a look at her photo, at her picture. Let's see if I can get it. So there we go. Take a good look. Melly Germany, 9479. Now come back over here to, this is, again, Tristan E. Nicole's Instagram. These are his followers, and we're just going to scroll down here. There we go. Melanie Hyder. Now, this is the name she was under when she was harassing me on my on my Facebook page. Melanie Hyder. Oh my. Looks like the same chick, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Now, before any of you start saying anything like, oh, maybe it's the same person. Maybe Tristan E. Nicole is pretending to be Melanie Hyder. Maybe it's a a fake account or something. No, because you can see here, this is another guy's YouTube channel, Sydney Winston, and you can see these two videos here. This is a real person. He chats with her. He talks with her. Evangelical Christian Melly from Germany is one of his videos from 4 days ago. And 10 days ago, a chat with Melly at Melly Germany 9479. So, and you can hear her chatting with him. So you don't see her face, you just hear her voice. So it sounds like a real person who it's not Tristany Nicole. So yeah. So these two are interconnected as well. They're friends on Instagram. And she's been harassing me on my YouTube channel. Do I have it here? No, we'll come back to that. I made a video, yeah, right here. Again, Melanie Hyder and Tristany Nicole, Gangstalkers. And I think I made a few other videos discussing Melly Germany. So, yeah, no, it's not a cult. It's not a cult network of creepy people who are interconnected on social media and have been targeting and harassing me ever since I came out talking about Ze Frank being in a cult. Nah, it's just total coincidence, right? Just tons of coincidences going on here. The more you study, the more you observe life, the more you realize there are next to no coincidences. Like, this is just insanity, guys. So there's that. I just think that's an awfully, if it is coincidence, it's an awfully big coincidence that immediately after I start releasing videos talking about Ze Frank, a celebrity, being in a cult that worships the Abrasax and likely engages in child trafficking, that I'm suddenly being stalked and harassed online and in real life by these random people who are interconnected on their social media. Oh, speaking of Melanie Hyder, more specifically, again, AKA, she goes by Melly Germany on her YouTube channel. If you go peruse over to her Facebook page and check it out, you will see that she has some pictures of Germany there. So it's very likely, given her name, Hyder, I believe that's a German name, I'm not 100% sure, given the name she goes by on her YouTube channel, and the pictures all over her Facebook page, she's either from Germany or she visits frequently. She must really like Germany since she chose it for her name on YouTube. Hey, guys, you know who else is from Germany? Joachim Frank, Ze Frank's father. Yeah, he was born and raised in a town in Germany that's about, an hour and a half drive from Frankfurt, Germany. Now, that's interesting because, let's see, last November, I got this little notification that popped up on my laptop. I took a screenshot of it. So you can see up here, screenshot 2025-11-28. So November 28th, 2025. I have it here as well. You can see created November 28th, 2025 at 3:18 p.m. So I took the screenshot pretty much immediately as soon as the notification popped up. So that's when I got this notification. What does the notification say? Well, it says, your Apple account is being used to sign in to a new device. Your Apple account is being used to sign in to an iPhone near Frankfurt. Hesse. That's just a neighborhood of Frankfurt, Germany. Hey, guys. You know, I've never been to Frankfurt, Germany. I've never been to Germany at all. The closest I've gotten was Switzerland and France. I am currently located in Daytona Beach, Florida, and that's where I was sitting here in Daytona Beach, Florida, at my desk in my apartment when I got this notification. I was certainly not in Frankfurt, Germany. You know who has been to Frankfurt, Germany, though? Probably many, many times. Zay Frank. You can see down here in the bottom left, this is one of his True Facts videos on his channel, Zay Frank's channel. And it's How a Species Gets a Name. That's the True Facts video. Zay Frank has literally filmed himself walking through the Senckenberg Museum, also the Senckenberg Institute. They are connected. Guess where that is located, guys? It's in Frankfurt, Germany. You know. Let's see. He's got a little map here. There we go. Yeah. So his father's from Germany, born and raised. And he's provided evidence literally online on his YouTube channel that he goes to Frankfurt, Germany to visit. And I believe he's like on their board of, I don't know, something or other, some kind of representative for the Senckenberg Institute Museum. So I imagine he goes back and forth there on a fairly regular basis. I'm sure he's been there a handful of times. Yeah, but no, guys. No, this is just one big coincidence. It's gotta be, right? It's not human conspiracy or anything. No, it's a big coincidence that I came out talking about Zay Frank being in a cult and his family, his father being in a cult that worships the Abrasax, that likely engages in incest and child abuse. And then I start getting harassed online on my social media accounts by these people, random people who I don't know. And they're from Germany. I'm getting people trying to hack into my Apple account from Germany. And Joachim Frank is from frickin' Germany. And Zay Frank seems to go there frequently. Just a big coincidence. It's not human conspiracy or anything. It's not humans conspiring, which humans do all the time, by the way. Oh, and before I forget, I actually found a connection between Tristan E. Nicole, a.k.a. Thomas A. Pallone, and Zay Frank through his father, Joachim Frank. So you can see here, back before, a few years ago, before I blocked Tristan on Facebook, I grabbed some screenshots of his Facebook page, the pictures on his Facebook profile. And so you can see here, if I zoom in, this is one of the pictures on his Facebook profile. And you can see down here, it says Tristan E. Nicole. So just some proof that it is on his Facebook. This is one of the symbols I was talking about that I saw in connection with Tristan that made me very suspicious of him. So I've got a closer image of it here. This is a picture of a reflection. This is actually speaking as an artist, again, a visual artist, formally trained and educated in art, worked in it for 20 years now, as well as in photography, and studied photography. This is a rare type of picture. This is not something you find on the internet every day. So pay attention to the details. It's a reflection in a pond of water where you can see the fish in the water floating around. So it looks like they're actually flying in the sky almost, because you can see the reflection of the trees, you can see the reflection of the sky, and you can even see it looks like some birds flying in the sky here. But because you can still see the fish in the water, it kind of looks like the fish are flying around in the sky. Well, guess where I've seen a picture like this one before? Not the exact same picture, but similar. This is Joachim Frank's online blog. It's called Frank's Fiction at franksfiction.com. So again, this is Zay Frank's father. Here's the banner image. Again, it is a reflection in water. You can tell it's water because you can see a ripple up here at the top of the image. You have trees. You can see the trees reflected in the water. You can see a bird reflected in the water. I think that's a dark-crowned night heron. And then you can see the fish in the water. So it looks like the fish are actually like flying in the sky almost, and they're above the bird. Same as with this picture. The fish look like they're flying in the sky. They're above the birds. You can see the trees reflected in the water. So this is the same kind of image. You can even see it here. This is Joachim Frank's Nobel Prize page. This is the official nobelprize.org website. And if you go to his photo gallery section in his profile here, there we go. You can see the image off to the left of his elbow on the bookshelf there. And that's Joachim Frank right there. Again, this is an uncommon image. I dare you to find another one like this where it has everything. It's a reflection of in water. You can see the fish in the water. In the reflection, there's trees and there's a bird. And it looks like the fish are flying around in the sky above the bird. I dare you to find another image like this on the internet. I've tried. I ran it through, they have search engines now where you can upload a picture and the program will scan the internet looking for similar images. It gave me nothing. Nothing. You understand, guys? Like, this is what are the odds? What are the odds that these two would have the same kind of picture associated with them? And it's such a rare kind of image. So I just wanted to point that out to you guys. That's at least one connection that I've found between Tristan E. Nicole, Thomas A. Pallone, this dude, and Joachim Frank. And therefore Zay Frank, because Zay Frank is Joachim's son. The other thing you maybe should consider is this dude is a counselor in New Jersey. Like a therapist type counselor. I believe I've mentioned already, Zay Frank's wife is she's a psychologist. She's a counselor. And the last little thing that I want to cover is, so here's just another it's one of the most recent comments that was left on my channel. It says, you have 400 subs and your whole channel seems to be about attacking Zay Frank. This is some cyber stalking, like a textbook example. Okay. First of all, you're an idiot. So let me give you some examples here, guys. This guy is Mark Williams Thomas. This guy spent almost a year investigating Jimmy Savile. And he was the one that finally came out with all the information proving that Jimmy Savile had raped like over 500 people. Okay? Now, mind you, this dude used to be a police officer, so he likely has way more resources, connections, tips, and tricks for gathering information on suspects than I do. Plus, he probably has more time and energy and money at his disposal than I do. Mind you, I've had to do this around, working for jobs, paying my bills, taking care of cats, a bunch of cats, and sugar gliders. So I do this at my own pace when I can. And I do this, I'm sure, with far fewer resources than he has. But, kudos to this dude. Just wish he had managed to get it done before Jimmy Savile died. But, so would you call this cyber stalking, what he did? Spending almost a year investigating Jimmy Savile and then putting all the information out for us to know that he was a creep. Then there's so the first time Epstein went to prison, back in 2008, he was charged with soliciting sex prostitution from an underage minor. Just so you guys realize, the federal authorities who were investigating him, it took them 3 years. 3 years. Look, it was a culmination of a 3-year investigation. It took them 3 years just to accumulate enough evidence to charge Epstein, with soliciting sex from minors. And that was just his first time around with all this nonsense. So just to be clear, like, there are people with tons more resources. There are federal authorities, police officers, investigators, FBI, that it takes them years sometimes to accumulate all the evidence necessary to get a suspect hauled up in front of a judge, all right, and to expose them publicly. Would you call them stalkers? Would you call them cyber stalkers? Would you say that they're sick in the head and all that shit? No. They're just going with their gut instincts and maybe a few pieces of evidence and going like, I think this person's a suspect. Let's gather evidence. Let's do whatever we can, spend however many man hours and time that we need to amass the evidence to finally get them fucking thrown in prison. That's what I'm doing here. So, but since you've decided to leave comments like this, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and release this video. Maybe I'll add a little bit to it. I'll release a first round, and then I'm sure I'll want to edit it a little bit. Once I have it perfected, I'm going to go ahead and start sharing it with professional investigative journalists. Like this dude. Or maybe this chick here. And just I'll send it out to as many people as I can until I get some hits, until I get some people who are really interested that can join in and contribute manpower, man hours, and resources to getting Ze Frank caught. So I hope that was your intention when you left this nasty little comment on my YouTube channel. By the way, one other thing, they typically do not comment very much on the videos, the big videos that have a lot of evidence in them. I've got smaller little videos that don't have much in them. But then I've got big videos that have a lot of evidence, and they typically pile on and leave lots of comments on the littler videos, probably because they do not want to spark the YouTube formula into giving too much attention to the bigger videos that have lots of evidence. So I don't expect that they're going to leave too many comments on this video, because it is a huge accumulation of evidence against them, against Zay, so on and so forth. But I dare you guys. I dare you. Come on. Pile on. Leave comments on this video. Let's dance, motherfuckers. Come on. So that's another telltale sign, is they typically seem to avoid leaving comments or too many comments on the bigger videos that have a lot of evidence, where I'm showing a lot of evidence, and they just go and pile in their comments into smaller videos where it's not a lot of evidence and it's me just like talking shit, because they want the YouTube formula to push those videos forward to the public, and they don't want the bigger videos with all the evidence to be suggested on YouTube. So bring it. Bring it, bitches. All right. So that thus ends my gangstalking chapter of this video, and let's move on. Alrighty, moving right along. Next on the list, number 11. I have hard evidence proving that Ze Frank has seen my channel and videos, and he knows about the accusations I've made against him, yet he has not publicly, explicitly denied the accusations. So all I have to do to prove this is go right over here to my YouTube Studio dashboard. So here it is. You can see I'm on my YouTube Studio channel dashboard. You can see my most recent video right here. I currently have 410 subscribers. And if you look up here at this top left box, it says channel violations. Turns out I have an active copyright strike. Let's go ahead and click on that. Oh my. On September 24th, 2025, so this past September, Content removed by Hosea Frank. That is Zay Frank. I don't know if I mentioned this previously, but his real name is Hosea Jan Frank. The video that was removed was this video down here. I published it July 8th, 2024. I don't think it even really said anything of any real consequence. It was just kind of like a little joke video, but it showed some of his, one of his true facts videos. But anyway, yeah. Oh, and if we go down here and click on select action, oh, right there, it says the email address of the claimant is zayfrank332@gmail.com. By the way, guys, 3 + 3 + 2, what is that up to? Oh, it adds up to 8. We've already discussed the number 8, haven't we? And connections to Abrasax and so on and so forth. Zayfrank332. He loves the number 8 and he loves the number 5. So there you go. And yeah, again, content removed by Hosea Frank. So this just is hard evidence that he has seen my YouTube channel. He's seen my videos. He knows about the accusations I've been making against him, and he is just ignoring them. Like, he hopes that if he doesn't acknowledge it, it'll just go away. This is not unusual, guys. A lot of celebrities use this tactic. They think that if they just don't address the accusations, the whole thing will just go away. For example, here are some examples of celebrities that were accused of different forms of abuse and refused to address the accusations directly, or they would redirect the conversation. They wouldn't exactly admit to anything or even deny anything. So you've got Bill Murray, Armie Hammer, Louis C.K., Mike Tyson, Harvey Weinstein, Kevin Spacey, Charlie Sheen. And then also somebody who's not on the list is Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby, even after 50 women had come forward and publicly accused him of drugging and raping them, he's notorious for refusing to ever speak on the matter in public. He has never addressed the accusations publicly. Yeah. So this is not anything new. This is something celebrities do all the time. They refuse to address accusations like this because they're just hoping that if they don't talk about it, they won't bring any more attention to it, and the whole thing will just die out and it won't affect them. Yeah, I can tell you right now, I'll make sure that this particular topic doesn't die out. I'll keep at this. I've been at this I started making videos talking about this in 2022. It's now 2026, so 4 years now. I'll keep at it for many more years to come if I have to. This isn't going to go away. And I want you guys to just put yourselves in his shoes. If you were being accused of something like this and you were innocent, would you just be silent about it? If somebody was making videos and putting them up on YouTube saying, I think so-and-so, yourself, is in a cult, and I think that cult engages in incest and child abuse and child trafficking, and that they're creepy, would you just be quiet about it, or would you speak up and say something? Wouldn't you want to defend yourself, especially if you're innocent? Wouldn't you want to be like, where the hell are you getting this notion from, and you're completely wrong, and so on and so forth? So yeah, and he has done nothing like that. He has not contacted me personally, not that I've seen. I do have several email addresses that I don't check regularly enough, but I have not seen any form of contact from him denying any of this, and nor have I seen any public statements that he's made explicitly, openly acknowledging the accusations and denying them, which to me it makes me feel like he's all the more suspicious for that. Because again, if I were accused of something like this, I would openly immediately, explicitly deny it because I'm not in a cult that rapes children or traffics in children. So it would absolutely not be true. And I would absolutely be incensed by the accusation and would just like, I would not just sit around and let people say that shit about me because it's not true. So again, why would Zay Frank, just have me making these videos for the last several years and not address the accusations, if he's innocent? So, yeah. That's really all I think I need to say about this topic. That's all I need to show you guys is like, it's right here. YouTube has it, the information literally saved for me that content was removed by Zay Frank. Oh, it's not cooperating now. There we go. But you guys can see right here. Content removed by Hosea Frank. Yeah. All right. So that's it for this one. And let's move on. All right. And away we go. Number 12. After I began making these videos claiming that I think Zay Frank is in a cult, he drove hours away to my hometown of Cape May, New Jersey for a visit and posted it on his Patreon and YouTube channel. Let's have a look at that, shall we? Creepy. My whole family lives down in Cape May, by the way, guys. I'm down in Florida for a little while. I've always been planning to move back. This was never going to be a long-term stay down here. I just wanted to see what it was like living down here. But my whole family, my mom, my sisters, their children, they all live down in Cape May, New Jersey. And on June 16th, 2025, so last June, he posted, this is his Patreon page. So if you just search Zay Frank Patreon, you'll find the link. And if you scroll down to June of 2025, you will find this video and I will play it. It's a quick preview. I can't watch the whole thing because in order to do that, you would have to buy a membership and that would be giving him money and I refuse to do that. So here we go. We'll just watch the preview. If it would like to
Hello,
play.
patrons and members. So Caitlin is busy researching the next episode, which is on Orthoptera. That's the grasshoppers, crickets, and weta. And while she's doing that, I had a chance to go down to the southern part of New Jersey, near the Delaware Bay, to the Wetlands Institute, which is the next organization that I'll be trying to raise some money for. In particular, they have a project called Return the Favor, which deals with horseshoe crab conservation. In the next hour or so, something remarkable is going to happen in this Jersey.
So there you have it. There's this big dumb face. He's standing out on Reed's Beach. Reed's Beach is a beach down by where I lived in Cape May, New Jersey. I still kind of consider myself as living there. My whole family's there. I'm planning on moving back. It's my hometown. I've been out to Reed's Beach many times. I even have pictures of Reed's Beach on my social media, I believe. So, yeah. Wouldn't have been hard to figure out, like, oh, she goes to Reed's Beach and to find an excuse to go down there. Why do I think he used this as an excuse? He used conservation of horseshoe crabs as an excuse to go down to my hometown and probably to try and creep me out, knowing that he's down there now. He was down there near my family, near my nieces and my nephew. Well, because, first of all, so here, I'll show you guys this. Shortly after he put out a bunch of videos on his Patreon talking about saving the horseshoe crabs, going down to Reed's Beach and the Wetlands Institute. I went to the Wetlands Institute as a little girl. He then put this video out, Save the Turtle Spiders, with the horseshoe crab there. So that's on his YouTube channel if you would like to go watch it. And let's have a look. First of all, here's where Zay Frank lives currently. He recently moved down to North Jersey from Massachusetts. And I believe it was like spring, summer of 2024. And he had been living in Massachusetts for at least like 4 years prior to that. Let me zoom out here so you can get a scope of it, a scope of New Jersey. There's New Jersey. You can kind of see the dotted outline here. So he's up here in North Jersey by New York City. Here's Cape May, New Jersey. Here's where I'm from. Way down here. The tippy tip, Cape May Point. This, like, there's a little island here sort of off the mainland right there. That's where I'm from. And Zay went to the Wetlands Institute, which is right about right there. There it is. There you go. So we'll zoom out to give you. So there's the Wetlands Institute, and then he also went to Reed's Beach, which is right over here. You can see that. So both of these locations are tops 20 minutes away from the island where I grew up here. I consider this whole area to be my hometown, basically. I grew up going to the Wildwoods with my cousins. I've been kayaking all out along the beaches here on the bay. This is my turf, basically. This is where I grew up. All of Cape May County is this peninsula here. Here's the problem I have with this. He didn't have to come all the way down here to save the horseshoe crabs. He absolutely did not have to do that. Why? Well, because, again, let's zoom out here again. Let's have a look. See all of New Jersey here. He had to drive about 2.5 hours down the Garden State Parkway here from where he lives. And note, where he lives is a lot closer to New York. Let's have a look. Do they have any facilities in New York State that are closer to him that help save the horseshoe crabs? Oh, well, yes, they do. New York Horseshoe Crab Monitoring Network and the New York City Bird Alliance. They also help out with monitoring the horseshoe crabs. So here's the first one, the monitoring network. Oh, look at all these locations where they go to monitor the horseshoe crabs. Again, he lives right about here. And he could have gone to all these locations here. Oh, and their official headquarters is here in Riverhead. Okay? So instead of just going from where he lives right here in northern New Jersey, and going right out over here to New York, much closer to any one of these locations and or to the headquarters in Riverhead to talk to those people about conserving the horseshoe crabs, he chose to drive way the hell down to Cape May, New Jersey, my hometown. And by the way, again, anybody would know this is my hometown. It's not a secret. It's all over my social media. It's on my Facebook page. This is my hometown. I have pictures of me, pictures of Cape May, video recordings that are marked as being in Cape May. It's not a secret. Okay? Anybody who does even a little bit of looking into me would figure out pretty quickly that I am from Cape May, New Jersey. I grew up there. So I doubt very much that, he just didn't know. He didn't know that I'm from Cape May, that the chick who spent the last few years making videos talking about how I think that he's in a cult that rapes children, he didn't know that I'm from Cape May. I call bullshit on that, people. I call bullshit. And if you were in his shoes, would you want to go down, if you didn't absolutely have to, would you want to go down to the hometown of a person who's claiming that you're in a cult and raping kids? Whether you're guilty or innocent of that, would you want to go anywhere near that place where you might run the risk of running into them or someone that they know, their family? Like, my family knows about him. I've certainly pointed him out to my family and spoken about all this to my mom, my sisters. He creeps them out too. Why would you want to, if you didn't have to? And he did not have to. He could have gone to any one of these places. Oh, and here's the New York City Bird Alliance. Here's their website, Horseshoe Crab Monitoring. And they do it, says here, in Jamaica Bay and Queens and Brooklyn, in May and June. He could have done it then, So, And let's just have a look here. Where's Jamaica Bay? Jamaica Bay is right here. Again, he lives right here. He lives right in this area right here. And here's Jamaica Bay. That is a very short distance to, again, compared to going all the way down here. It's not even in the same screen. Like, you have to move the map to get down here to Cape May. But compared to where he lives, look, it's right there in the same screen. He could have just gone right here to Jamaica Bay to help with the horseshoe crab conservation. He could have worked with facilities in New York. There were other options, is the point. He absolutely did not have to go all the way down to Cape May, New Jersey, to help save the horseshoe crabs. He absolutely did not have to do that. Personally, if I had my druthers, he would be not wandering around my hometown or anywhere. He would be sitting in a prison cell. But really, I don't give two shits if he goes and blesses the rains down in Africa, so long as he stays far the fuck away from Cape May, New Jersey, my family, and me. Like, this is creepy town, guys. No reason whatsoever. Absolutely zero fucking reason did he have to go down to Cape May, New Jersey. None. And again, please put yourselves in his shoes for just a few minutes and imagine somebody is accusing you of being in a cult and likely raping kids, and you know where their hometown is. You would probably look that person up to some extent. You would probably be like, who is this person? Where are they from? Do I know them? And again, from there, it's really easy to figure out that I am from Cape May, New Jersey. It's all over the place. It's all over my social media. I'm from Cape May. He knew that. He freaking knew that. I will bet you anything that he knew when he went down to Cape May, New Jersey, that I was from Cape May, New Jersey. After at this point in June 2025, it had been like 3 to 4 years since I started releasing the first videos about him. I started in 2022. So 3 years. We'll call it 3 years. 3 years. He had heard about me by then. I guarantee you. He had likely heard about the accusations and heard about the videos I was making. He looked me up. Because that's just what a normal person would do. If you heard about somebody saying things like that about you, you would probably look them up. You would probably at least gather, where they were from. Especially if they have it all over their social media, if it's posted on their Facebook page. And he chose to go down to my hometown. And I've also made it clear, I think, in previous videos and such, that, my family still lives down here. My sisters live here. Their kids live here. So on and so forth. Tell me that's not effing creepy. It's creepy. It's creepy town. He's a creep. Is there no end to your creepiness, dude? Does it ever end? So, yeah, there's that one. Number 12. Again, Zay Frank chose to take a trip down to my hometown for no fucking reason at all. Under the guise of trying to save the horseshoe crabs. Under the guise of working with the Wetlands Institute. And he absolutely did not have to do that. If he was really so passionate about the horseshoe crabs, he had other options. Closer options. Okay? So, and I can hear my cat going into a cabinet that he knows he's not supposed to be going into. So I have to go deal with that. All right, here's another little goodie. We'll call it number 13. Zay Frank uses hypnosis tricks in his videos. So he's hypnotizing you. He's attempting to, at least. He's employing these tactics in his videos, particularly in his A Show with Zay Frank series. Right here, you can see an example. This is from his video, My Pupils. I'm not going to play any parts of his videos. I don't want any issues. but I'll show you some stills. Here's another still from one of his other videos, Thinks Like Me. And most of these videos, from this series at least, this is what he looks like. He's just sitting directly in front of the camera, staring out at you with these bulging eyes, and he rarely blinks. So you can see here also, if you go to his YouTube channel, go to his playlists. He has a playlist for a show, and you can see he's got a lot of the videos for it here. Even the cover images for his videos. Look at him. Again, this is what he looks like in most of these videos. He rarely blinks. And he's just staring at you wide-eyed. Even his friend, Hank Green, we've already discussed Hank Green. He features in some of Zay Frank's videos. Even his friend here says, right here in the caption, you can read, Zay Frank doesn't blink. So he says this in one of his videos. This is not his current most common YouTube channel. This is his older YouTube channel, Vlog Brothers. So you can find this video on Hank Green's older channel. Yeah, so it's well known that he doesn't blink, and this is a hypnotist trick. So right here, why don't hypnotists blink? Hypnotists reduce their blink rate to create a trance stare, a behavioral technique that establishes intense focus, deep personal connection, and authority. By avoiding blinking, they maintain a continuous, unwavering gaze that can induce a similar, highly focused state in the subject. So it creates a deep personal connection and a sense of authority. It's intended to try and control. This is one of the points of hypnosis, is you're trying to gain some kind of control or influence over another human being. That's what he's doing here, guys. This is why you like him when you watch his videos. And I suspect that even in his True Facts videos, even though we don't see his face in the True Facts videos, I suspect that he's probably still attempting to use hypnosis tricks in those videos. I bet you if I sat down or got someone else, an expert, to sit down and analyze the True Facts videos, who has the time, and if I analyzed the cadence of his voice, the rhythm, the timing he uses, how he says things, I'll bet you it would follow a lot of the techniques used by hypnotists. Because hypnotists don't just stare at you without blinking, they also use very specific ways of speaking. It's all tailored to influencing other people. And it's very much associated with secret societies such as Freemasonry. You can read here, hypnosis, often disguised as high suggestibility communication, has been linked to indoctrination and control within organizations like Scientology, particularly in auditing and training routines, though the group denies using it. Historically, government agencies explored hypnosis for mind control, such as the CIA's MK-Ultra and Project Artichoke. So I posited many years ago in one of my first videos about him, back in roughly very late 2022, I believe it was, I mentioned that I thought Zay Frank was likely connected with CIA's MK-Ultra program. I would not be surprised to find that to be the case. You can see right here also, it's very connected with Freemasonry. This is the Universal Co-Masonry website. This is their online library. They have books about hypnotism. So go ahead and read through some of those if you'd like. There are threads on Reddit talking about how lodge meetings are hypnotic. Lots of Freemasons like weighing in here, talking about it. And then also, it really has to do, a lot of it is associated with Franz Mesmer. He did this thing called magnetic passes. So he's known for combining hypnotism with Masonic rituals and lodge meetings and stuff like that. I believe it was called animal magnetism. So he combined animal magnetism with Masonic rituals. And this is, like a term in hypnosis. So that's another little goodie for you guys. Zay Frank is hypnotizing you. That's Creepyville. That's what creeps do. So that about wraps it up, folks. at least for now. There's still a lot more information on this guy, but this video is already shaping up to be a feature-length film, and there's only so much information I can squeeze into it before it's just ridiculous. So yeah, listen, I know he makes you guys laugh. I know he comes off as personable. I know you don't want to think bad things about him, but there's a difference between what you want and reality. People didn't want to think bad things about Bill Cosby either. Okay? Bill Cosby was a comedian. He made lots of people laugh. He was America's favorite dad for a long time. And then 60 some odd women came out and accused him of drugging and raping them over the course of 40 years. All right? He was convicted. He was sent to prison. And even recently in 2026, actually, I just read that he lost a lawsuit against one of those women. So it doesn't matter how much he's cultivated this image of being this all-around good guy, empathetic, funny. You know, he comes off as being like your best friend, but he's not. I highly suspect he's a predator. These are many of the reasons I've just given you why I think Ze Frank is a total creep, and why I think I do genuinely think that he and his family, they are members of some kind of a cult that worships the Abrasax, and I do think it's very probably also an extension of the Epstein network. And I do think that there is likely child abuse involved, and something needs to be done about this. And if the most you can do is to share this video with your friends and your family, pass it around, bring awareness to this problem, then please, at the very least, do that. Because exposing it is the first step to getting justice for victims. And keep in mind that it's just a big shield, this image he's cultivated for himself. I think Roger Rabbit actually said it best in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. At one point, he says, "A laugh can be a very powerful thing. Why, sometimes in life, it's the only weapon we have." So a laugh is a very powerful thing, and then emphasis on the word weapon. It can be a weapon, and or a shield. It can be used by predators to disarm people and to make people trust them. And I'm pretty sure that Mr. Brown University educated neurolinguistic programmer here is smart enough to know that this is one of the best personas he can cultivate, develop, to throw off any suspicion from himself. If you think about it, it's really hard to dislike a person or to be suspicious of them if they've made you laugh. A laugh is a powerful thing, and it can be a weapon. And predators, smart predators, they're pedophiles, child predators, child traffickers, they're not all dumb, ugly trolls living under bridges, guys. Some of them are smart, good-looking, well-educated, come from good backgrounds, at least on paper. And you would be foolish to just give in to the packaging and not look closer. In fact, I think I even, I recall in one of his videos, I tried to find it. It's in the A Show with Ze Frank series. But I couldn't find it. It would require me going back and watching all the videos again. And I can only look at this guy's face so much before I want to throw up. But Ze Frank even openly admits, I recall, to studying under a professional clown. He studied how to make you guys laugh. He studied it, guys. Okay? So yeah, please, just go with your gut instincts And please take seriously what I'm talking about right here. It's taken me a few years of gathering evidence and putting it together and posting it online and trying to order my thoughts and, scraping together some free time to put this video together even. And I wouldn't be doing any of this if I did not sincerely think that Ze Frank is a dangerous person who shouldn't have access to children, who certainly shouldn't have access to his 2 adopted children, and that goes for his extended family as well. So, all right, let's leave it there, and please make a difference, guys. Share this, please. I don't make any money off of this. I'm not hoping to make money off of this. I will never make money off of this channel or these videos. That is not the point of this. I consider this a public service. This needs to be done because I truly think that children are in danger. And please help. Oh, and since it looks like I'm going to be wrapping this up and releasing it on YouTube today, which is March 31st, 2026, this is Ze Frank's 54th birthday. So, surprise! Happy fucking birthday. You total fucking creep.